1, 2. My name is Bongi Lwaqandashe, but you can call me Bongi. I'm one of the mothers in this community, and today I'll be your MC and host for today's NPA Community Dialogue. Just some few house rules. We have parking all around this building in Batenfracht, Van Leeuwen Street, Pepper Street, and Bree Street. If you'd like to know, just ask one of our volunteers and they'll be able to assist you. And then we also have bathrooms in the building. So just up the ramp, 10 left, right, you'll see the signs to the bathroom. Or you can just also ask one of our volunteers to assist. We do have refreshments in the cafeteria. Let's support our chef, Fabian Daniels. He has dedicated his time to come and make sure that we have refreshments today. Just a little note on the menu which is on page 2 of your program. You'll see there chicken curry and rice. It's actually 60 Rand and not 50 Rand. So if you can just make a note on that. And you can also just send him a WhatsApp to place your food orders now if you don't want to queue later. Or you can also place your orders during our short tea break. And just a reminder that today's session will be streamed online on StreamYard and all our other social media sites. And it will also be available, it will be recorded and available afterwards as well on our www.childmaintenance.org.za website. A special welcome to all the mothers in this auditorium and the mothers who are watching online. Thank you so much for taking the time on your Saturday to come and join us today. The NPA Community Dialogue is so special for me because 8 months ago, my life was changed. I came here, it was my first time joining these dialogues. I was broken, hopeless, angry at the justice system. It feels like it was yesterday. And today I stand in front of you because this community gave me back my voice. Men and women in this community walked a journey with me, supported me, even though I did not get the desired outcome, but I felt like I did get justice and healing and answers. And I was able to close a portion of this journey. But just because I did not get the outcome that I desired does not mean that I'm not going to stand here and fight for another mom here who will be able to get the full justice that they are looking for their children. What I love about this community, we are not waiting for one day when things change. We are using each and every skill set, gift, talent that we have today to create the change that we want to see in our communities. Here we educate each other, we empower each other, we support each other, and that help is actually quite practical. We not just say, oh, we are women empowerment. We actually do empower women. Practical support. Please do join the group on WhatsApp. Please join the Facebook group. Please continue to come. Share, spread the word, share. There is help. We don't have to suffer in silence anymore. There is help. Is it easy? No. Are we gonna cry? Yes. But are we here for each other? Yes. This is one community that really is rooted or grounded in the whole value of Ubuntu and diversity. We are all different in this auditorium. There are people watching online. We are all diverse and we carry diverse skills, talents. But we are bringing all of that to the table. Ask yourself today, sir, ma'am, what do you carry today that you can bring to this movement to come and help the mothers fight for justice for their children? What skills do you have today? What knowledge do you have today that you can bring to this movement to come and help us fight this Goliath? Our program today is quite amazing. We have amazing speakers. So we're going to start our program today with with Mr. Eugene Opperman. He's going to be looking at how perpetrators of domestic violence use technology. And he's got another talk later where he's going to give us an understanding of economic abuse from a domestic violence perspective. But for now, he's going to talk about how perpetrators use technology, how perpetrators of domestic violence use technology. A warm hand of applause, please, for Mr. Opperman.
Good morning, all. How are you guys doing? Fantastic, fantastic. We don't have a laptop in front here, so we go old school because we've got load shedding most of the country. So we have, there's actually been a decline of number of attendees online. I received quite a number of emails saying, oh, it's going to be load shedding during that time, but the recording will be available on the website, www.childmaintenance.org.za. So today I have the opportunity to discuss with you a very topic that is quite dear to me. I started off actually in the domestic violence arena, and then it merged very spontaneously to include maintenance as well. So you've been hearing me the past couple of months talking a lot about maintenance, but the domestic violence portion thereof, of the whole domestic violence, is very dear to me. And that was actually where I started off with my speciality. So today I'll be discussing on a topic that is strange for South African people. We don't know about it. We all most probably experienced it, but we don't know about that. And that is how perpetrators of domestic violence uses technology in order to further their abuse. And that is actually quite troublesome because we do not realize about 74% of people, that is research done by UCL, 74% of people has been the victims of some kind of a technologically facilitated abuse or tech abuse. That's quite a lot, and people don't actually know about that. So what are we going to talk about today? You would all have, the slides are up there, the slides are online, and in your handouts as well. So today we'll be discussing on just a general overview on how perpetrators will use technology and how does that impact the survivors. UCL and one of the other universities overseas also created a model where they said they look at the whole span of a relationship and when and what type of abuse is used during certain stages of a relationship. The one where you're still with the partner, the one where you try to escape this whole domestic abusive relationship, and then the life afterwards. And they found that there's certain prevalent technology facilitated abuse that takes place in certain areas of a relationship. And I'll be going through that as well. And just in general, I'll be talking to you guys about how perpetrators actually use technology in domestic abuse. So if the next slide, please. So if one just think about the normal, if we look at the Domestic Violence Act, the normal acts of domestic violence, how could that be incorporated? How is it used? How can it be interlinked with technology-facilitated abuse or tech abuse? So if one looks at emotional abuse, because emotional abuse is recognized in the Domestic Violence Act as an act of domestic violence. So how could that be used, the emotional abuse? So emotional abuse could be cyber stalking, which is very similar to normal stalking, which we all know about. But cyber stalking is just using technology in order to facilitate the stalking portion thereof. Hijacking of profiles. Who of us do not know of someone whose Facebook profile has been hacked? That's an act of emotional abuse. Impersonation. If you split up in a relationship, husband decides he creates a fake profile and he puts less fragrant photos of you on Facebook. He puts information on Facebook. He's impersonating you. So that all forms part of economical abuse or emotional abuse. Sorry, we'll get to economical in a while. Monitoring your everyday whereabouts. That creates a sense of fear because that is what the perpetrator, that is what the abuser wants. And also, of course, recordings, recording of voice, recording of video footage, everything that could be linked to emotional abuse. Sexual abuse, exploitation, that's quite self-explanatory. Nowadays, we also have, and it's quite emerging, especially amongst the young children, it's revenge porn, the image-based sexual abuse. That is considered to be sexual abuse. If you are made to watch porn with your partner, that could be considered, even in a relationship, could be considered to be sexual abuse. Even if your partner has certain fantasies and he makes you have sex on video or streaming, that would amount to sexual abuse. Those are all forms of technology that could be used in furtherance of domestic abuse. So now, if one comes in on the next slide, economic abuse. So how would economic abuse equate to the use of technology? Locking out of your banking accounts. That's easy. If your partner has got access to your banking accounts, he could lock you out of your account. Everybody has a banking app. If it's Capitec, Absa, Standard Bank, Nedbank, or anyone, I'm not allowed to say the names of the banks. Okay, the green bank, the red bank, the light green one, the blue one, and the light blue one. Okay. So they all have that. Everybody has got the apps on their phone. So if your partner in or outside of a relationship has got access there too, or know your username and password, they could access your bank account. They could use your bank account to order stuff, like things from Takealot or Amazon or Uber Eats or whatever, to your financial detriment. Also, linked with that is the apps that could track your spending. They've got very nifty apps nowadays on cell phones where they can track your spending. We encourage mothers to use that in maintenance situations to track your spending. But if the perpetrator's got access there too, he actually would know exactly what you're spending per day. That's quite troublesome. Then we move into the next realm where technology abuse fits in the best, apart from economic abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. And that is the coercive and controlling behavior. Controlling and coercive behavior is recognized as a form of a domestic violence act in terms of the act. In my later presentation, I'll be explaining a little bit more how this definition was extended in the Amendment Act. But for now, we'll stick to coercive and controlling behavior. That includes manipulation. We get that very often. In every domestic violence incident, there is a form of manipulation. There is always a form of power imbalance between the parties. And that amounts to manipulation and controlling your everyday behavior. Gaslighting, we all know about that, and spying and monitoring and cyber stalking. That would all form part of coercive and controlling behavior. So on the next slide, everyone thinks, so if we were to give a definition of technology-facilitated abuse or tech abuse, and this is a definition that was scrutinized and worked upon, and they tried to give it a big, broad definition type so that everybody could understand. And that was developed by the good people of UCL in America. And they said that technology abuse or technology-facilitated abuse is a form of controlling behavior that involves the use of technology as a means to coerce, stalk, harass, and control another person. Yet, we do not find the definition or a similar definition in our Domestic Violence Act. So if we want to enforce our rights, if we are violated in terms of tech abuse, we would have to look at coercive and controlling behavior, that portion of the Domestic Violence Act that deals with that. Because, and I'm going to repeat the definition again because it's quite important, is a form of controlling behavior that involves the use of technology as a means to coerce, stalk, harass, and to control another person. On the next slide is a couple of graphics. So technology as we have it, we are living in a technologically booming era. Technology is advancing so fast, everything gets smaller. Our cell phones get smaller. Nowadays, okay, they get bigger because they want bigger screens, but everything gets smaller. You get a 2 terabyte hard drive stick, memory stick, which is yay small. Previously, a couple of years back, you had these big ones. I can remember my first memory stick was probably, it looked like a cell phone. And nowadays, I could probably only put my letterhead on there because that was the capacity thereof. That is how it has been changing over the years. We've got an influx of devices that we use nowadays. Cell phones, mobile phones. We call it smartphones. I tend to disagree. I don't think those phones are that smart. If you use it to your advantage, yes. If you use it for your benefit, yes. But it could also be used for your to your detriment. PCs, laptops, tablets, we all have access there too. I see there's a lot of people. Everybody's got cell phones. We know that everybody's got cell phones. These little things rule our life. Phones, home automation. If one thinks about home automation that I have in my home, if I just look at my app, if I open my phone, I can just get the right password. What do I control from my house, from my phone? I see there's the alarm, the irrigation. I've got the cameras. I can switch on lights, on and off. I can see the temperature of my fridge. I can see the temperature of my geyser. Those are all things, home automation. Imagine somebody else gets hold of my username and password on my phone. What could they do with that information? What is there that you do in your home that you do not want other people to see? And then obviously there's also the portion of online abuse. There we think about stuff like social media, WhatsApp, and that's also troublesome because 15, 20, 25, no, make it 30 years back. If you wanted to broadcast something to a lot of people, you know what you had to do? You had to go to a photocopy machine, make a lot of copies, put a stamp on it, and send it by post. Now you can do the same thing in a couple of seconds by broadcasting it to thousands of people over the internet, WhatsApp groups. That is how the technology has changed during these periods. On the next slide, a new trend or new buzzword has been emerging, and they call it the Internet of Things. It was also strange to me, they call it IoT, and I had to look up what it stands for, and it was actually the Internet of Things. And it got me thinking, but what is this Internet of Things? The people that did the research on this actually projected that in the year 2025, and we're not that far off, there would be billions of people linked interconnectively to a device. They reckon that by 2025, each and every person on the planet would have had at least 4 devices linked to them in person. 4 devices. Think it's ridiculous? How many of these people sitting here is not on WhatsApp? None. There's already 1 device. Mobile. Who's got cameras at their home? Yes, that's linked. Everything that is linked to the internet. One thinks about sending voice recordings. It's all linked to the internet. Voice notes, videos, TVs. Who's got a smart TV? Everybody's got a smart TV because they watch streaming, Netflix and Showmax, and I'm not allowed to advertise. But yeah, that's all technology, and that's all a device that's linked to the internet that gets the data. This morning when I started my car was actually a lekker demo car, because normally if I start my car, my phone brings up a screen that says maps, and it would give me the fastest route to the office. So how would they know that I'm on my way to the office? Well, there's an algorithm. They use that data. I didn't tell it to do it. It does it automatically. It tells me, you know what, there's an accident in Beach Road, I need to take that road is an alternative route, which is all good. If it works to your advantage, then it's good, because it helps you not to be stuck in traffic. Singapore is moving towards a system, what they want to call a smart city. And that's also good. That's technologically advancement of the era that we're living in. That's good, because then they could establish, you know what, Eugene is driving to the office, and he's driving there each and every day. That data gets sent somewhere to the cloud. Someone's got access there too. But they can use it. The people that pay for it, they use it to work out the synchronization of the traffic lights. That's also to my benefit. So technology is good. We will not get away from it. Technology is good. But what I'm trying to get across is that we are so intertwined with what we do and what data is being collected without our knowledge, that it could be to our detriment. So the definition that they had of the Internet of Things, they say that the Internet of Things refer to the rapidly growing network of connected objects or devices that are able to collect and exchange data in real time using embedded sensors of the internet or Wi-Fi. Most children nowadays, they don't want to know what's for supper if they get to a new place, or what are we going to eat, or where are we going to play. They want to know what's the Wi-Fi code. They want to know what's the Wi-Fi password. They're all connected to the Internet of Things. I'm thinking of things like aircon, smart TVs, cars, lights, refrigerators, and more appliances. So these are the normal things. These are the normal internet devices, or devices linked to the internet. That's there for our benefit. Of course it is to our benefit, because it makes my life a hell of a lot easier just to click of a button and the irrigation goes on. I don't have to walk down there to turn on valves. So it's easy. I do it from my phone. I do my banking. I do it from the phone because it's easy. I don't want to stand in a queue. So it's there for our benefit, but it could work to our detriment. So there are certain stages, like I said, in a relationship. And we've split it up into 3 phases. You have the physical control phase, you've got the escape phase, and you've got the life apart phase. And I'll be going through this and explain to you what type of abuses will be prevalent during certain stages. So the physical control phase, this is just the scenario. In the physical control phase, this is the phase where the parties are still together. They're still there and things are not right. You know what, the honeymoon phase is long lost. So, and you know what, they're in a relationship that's not lekker. That is the physical control phase. What usually happens is that the husband, and don't get me wrong, domestic violence is gender neutral. But stats have shown us that it is more women that is abused than men. I'm not saying that men are not abused. That is most definitely, there are loads of that, and we recognize that. But for our general purposes, without being discriminatory, are we referring to the husband as the perpetrator and then the mother as the victim? That's just to make it easier. So we would have the situation where they still live in the same house. So there's physical control that the husband or the perpetrator has over all of these devices. Mom does not know how to set up the Wi-Fi password. She does not know how to connect it to the TV or the fridge or the geyser wires or everything. What does Dad do? He installs it. He gives it the phone and he says, "Okay, right, you're so lovely, you're so phone. There you go." You don't know what is installed. Who's got the username and password of those devices? The husband does. The husband does. And that's usually what happens in the physical control phase, because the perpetrator is then responsible and has got full control of each and every security mechanism on that phone. The victim has got none. There's no protection for the victim at that stage. None whatsoever. Then we move, if I can just go to the next slide. So the physical access, okay, like I said, usually the physical access to devices, setting up and creating the passwords, family accounts, physical and digital monitoring of calls. At that stage, it's very difficult for the survivors because there's no privacy, and I've made mention to that, especially if the abusers set up the devices. Another problem that I have with these little devices is, it's there, you see, there the light goes on, is that there's a constantly activated GPS or location setting, which is set by default. So if you do not put that off, then your location setting is on by default. And we'll get to that later on. During the physical control phase, the survivor is then monitored by IoT devices. So how does that work? If I was the perpetrator and I wanted to spy on my partner, my husband, my wife at home, I could have access to the video footage if I link to the phone. I've got access to the doorbell if that rings, if you've got one of those nifty things that shows up your face and it rings on your phone if they push the button. Then I can actually monitor exactly what's going on in my home. I can see when the alarm has been set, when the alarm has been activated or deactivated. Those are all things that the perpetrator could monitor just by way of the home automation stuff, the devices that you have at home. Another thing is, as soon as there's problems, he finds out, you know what, mummy is not lekker and she uses the phone for other things. What can they do? During this physical control phase, when they're still together, the husband could actually take the device and throw it on the floor. Easy, you can destroy the device. What we see, what is quite prevalent also during this phase, is they have access to children's toys. I've had a case now where a tracking device was inserted by the parents split up, where it was actually included in a device, a little teddy bear of the child's toy. That happens daily. During that time, the physical access, they've got control over the changes in the technology. With other words, the perpetrator can change the passwords without you knowing during that phase. And there's little or no security or privacy for the survivor during that phase. So what happens? What types of abuse is there during this physical control phase? What can the perpetrators do? I'm thinking now from the mindset of a perpetrator. The use of a keylogger. A keylogger is a nifty little program. It's good. It's a small program that could be downloaded on your cell phone, could be downloaded on your app, on your tablet, your PC, all over. That could be downloaded. And that's a simple program that as soon as you type something, that message gets sent to the perpetrator. You would not even know that that's happening. Biggest tip that I can give you, if you log into a computer or your tablet and you do your banking, for example, there's a reason why the banks have these little numbers where you can click on it. Because as soon as you click on it with a mouse, then it does not register on a keylogger. But if you type in your Access account number, then that could be keylogged. And that information could be sent through to the perpetrator with ease. So if you type in your password, that gets sent to the perpetrator. You think it's not happening, it's happening daily. I see it daily in my practice. It's real, it happens. The use of stalkerware, that is simple apps that could be downloaded to your phone without your knowledge. And then the perpetrator could have full-on access. They could know exactly where you are, who you spoke to, what you're doing, geolocation. They can pinpoint where you are. Those are all things stalkerware, and that's freely available. You can download stalkerware from the internet. With a fear of people, the wrong people hearing it, I will not give you the names of the stalkerware, because I have probably a list of 40 stalkerware as freeware that you can download on your phone, being a perpetrator. If you think you are a victim, I would suggest that you check for those things on your cell phone on a regular basis. Obviously, the use of tracking applications. I've had a case now where the woman came to me for a divorce, and she realized that the husband knew exactly where she was, but there was no kind of suspicion. And something just clicked in me, and I saw the red lights, because there was his behavior, his previous behavior leading up to the divorce that I'm doing showed me that there was a manipulative way of him dealing with things. There was controlling, coercive behavior, very severe. There was emotional abuse, very severe, manipulation like you won't believe. So what are the chances that there's not a tracking device on her tablet or her cell phone? He knew exactly that she was coming to see me. She's from a city or town, not in my area that I service normally. She probably drove, I can't say how many kilometers, because then the people might, in fear of being recognized, but she drove quite a number of kilometers to come to my office. Yet the husband knew exactly where she was. When she stepped in my office, he knew exactly where she was. I had the sanity to say, right, you know what, leave your cell phone in the car. Please don't bring your cell phone in, not in my office. It's a cell phone free zone. We don't do that. When I do mediations as well, I don't have people with their cell phones there, because that could be tracked. That could be tracked. When I actually advised her to take her tablet and a cell phone to the Max store, the IMAX store in Sunset Mall, there was 4 applications, tracking applications on her phone. 4. So what I do in my practice, and especially when you do mediation as well, I've ordered a couple of those. They call it a Faraday pouch. It's a pouch lined with copper lining. If you put your cell phone in that little pouch, it blocks all signal, it blocks all recordings, nothing goes out, nothing comes in. I actually wanted to bring one with, but the order from China is still in process at customs. But I would love to show that to you guys. As a mediator, as an attorney, those things are vital for your clients. Because what could have happened if my client went into my office with her cell phone and I did not have the sanity to say, leave your cell phone in your car, then that could have been recorded. The perpetrator would have heard each and every word that was said, and each and every piece of advice that I gave her could have been heard. That's real. I've experienced it. That's real. That is the physical control phase. On the next slide, next slide. Oh, next slide. So now we come to the escape phase. That is the previous slide. The escape phase. Now, the escape phase is in, remember now we said it's the physical control phase, now we're in the escape phase. Mommy wants to leave this relationship because it's not lekker anymore. So now she starts looking for ways, doing searches on the internet, looking for information, how to get out of this relationship. This is the most acute, the most high-risk phase of the whole relationship. Because imagine what would happen if the perpetrator or the husband looks at the browsing history and finds out mommy's looking for a way out. Then the abuse would probably escalate to something violent. It might escalate to physical abuse, sexual abuse, exploitation, verbal abuse, emotional abuse. He might cut off her banking statements out of spite. So that is the acute risk phase, very acute. Because at that stage, the husband still has control over the devices. They're still living in the house, but mommy is deciding, and she decided she wants to leave, and now she's gathering information, a critical phase. And that moves then to the next phase. Let me just see, where am I in the slides? Then we move into the phase where she actually decides to move out. That's still in the relationship now, she's deciding to move out. That is where she creates new accounts and trying to change the passwords of her accounts, be it the banking apps or whatever. Very important with these little nifty devices, we can change the passwords as often as we like. We can do that, but is that enough? If you have a Google account, the perpetrator could very easily circumvent that username and password. Remember now, if he set it up, then he's obviously got the username and password. So the best would be to create your own one. But there's another thing. There's a second step of security where you can actually access the bank account or the account, the email account, by notifying Google that you don't have access to the password, you forgot about it, and you know what, you don't have access to your phone anymore. And then they ask you 3 security questions. What are they? Where were you born? What is your pet's name, your first pet's name? And what is your mother's maiden name? I know, Anna, what is Anna? What was your first pet's name? Just an example. Missy. Okay, right. So now we have Missy. If I was a perpetrator, I know that the dog's name is Missy. I know that her maiden name is Serfontein, and she grew up in Bulawayo. That is information that she gave me a couple of minutes back, without her even knowing. So what are the chances that her intimate partner would not know those details? Then they could change the passwords back. So very important, please do change your password again, because that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I don't want to broadcast your... Then we move to the life apart phase. And this is the phase where the most abuse takes place. That is now after mom has left and the father feels revengeful. He wants to go at her. And that is the phase where the most abuse takes place. Very important there is to protect the location. The location is a big problem because we all need, most of you guys that have come here today, this morning, use Google Maps to get here. That means that the location setting on your phone is on. If anyone has access to your phone, they know exactly where you are. So please do turn it off if it's not in use. We get to cyberbullying and online harassment. Now, cyberbullying includes the use of the internet in sending, posting, or sharing negative or harmful, even false or mean, degrading content about somebody else. We see that on social media very often, very often. It could include sharing personal or private information about someone, causing embarrassment or humiliation. Again, it speaks to the controlling, the manipulation of the perpetrator. And some of these forms of cyberbullying might actually venture into the realm of criminality. Currently in South Africa, it's not a crime to open a fake account. You can open a fake account. I can open a Facebook account on Deon's name. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. Nothing. How I use that profile by way of impersonating, posting pictures or whatever, that might amount to criminality. Yes. But at this stage, there's nothing that prohibits us, me, from opening an account on Deon's name. That's how easy that is. So in May 2021, the Cyber Crimes Act was enacted, but only certain portions thereof came into existence. But I'll speak to that in a moment. I just want to go back to the location tracking with a couple of tips. Like I said, make sure that the location on your cell phone is turned off at all times. Only if you use it and you use it from point A to point B, then you activate that. Geotagging of photos. Google's, if you don't have enough storage on your phone, you use Google Photos. It gets geomapped. It gives you the exact location where that photo was taken. If you use Instagram and you take a nice little photo in Camps Bay and you want to post it on Instagram and you say the right location, then they pick up the location, even if it's a month later or 2 months later. They pick it up where the photo was taken. That's scary because the perpetrator looking for that, sitting and watching for that, would know exactly where you were. A pattern could be formed. How many of us love checking in if we're in a restaurant? Because we're going to have this nice little thing to eat and it's a nice dessert. That's all being geotagged. The perpetrator would know exactly where you are. And that is the use of a simple photo on the phone. I mentioned the checking of venues. The apps that we use, obviously the Google Maps, that's the biggest one. Apple My Find function. Most of these companies writing these apps for our benefit do not have in mind that a perpetrator could misuse that. They are there to sell these apps for our benefit. The nanny cams, you know what you can watch the nanny while she attends to the children while you at work. Those are all things that could be to your benefit and to your advantage. Of course it is, but it could also be used against you. If the dad has access there too, then most definitely could use that against you. Fitness apps. Lekker nee. Fitbit. Least security ever. That's linked to your cell phone. So now you run a certain route. You're already at the escape phase. You're gone. You're not in the house anymore. So you're not in the physical control over the perpetrator or in the perpetrator's presence. But you've got this little nifty thing that maps your route that you run each and every day. What are the chances if he has access there to, he would not use it? Because he would know you run for 4 kilometers, then you drink some water there, you rest for 10 minutes. So if he wants to find you, he'll know exactly where you are because he's got the route. Fitness apps, quite a lot. Medical apps is also a problem. Nowadays, you get these apps that actually implant if you have diabetes, and it sends a signal to your phone giving you your reading. So if the dad has access to that, it could actually cause your death. He could erase the data. That's scary if you do not protect yourself. I'm not here to try and scare you guys. I'm trying here to inform you guys that there should be more awareness on the security thereof, of our own stuff that we use each and every day to protect ourselves. Social media. Let's not go there because, I mean, social media, we've seen all these name and shame posts. That happens every day. Viewing, streaming of Netflix and Showmax and those type of things. I was in India in December, and you're only allowed 4 devices on your account. So I was in India, bored. It was late one evening, and the other people could not log in. So Martin sent me a WhatsApp and said, "Hey, I see that you're watching this." So I said, "How the hell do you know that?" So he's got access. He's got access. He knows the username and password. So he knew exactly what I was watching. I was blown away. I didn't realize it by that time, but yes. Could a perpetrator use that against you? Most definitely. Most definitely. So if you do have accounts, shared accounts for Netflix and Showmax, once you move out, get rid of those. Get a new account on your own name with your own username and login. I've mentioned home automation quite a lot, and as well as family apps. You know what? These family apps, the co-parenting apps, those are brilliant apps because it gets installed on the kiddie's cell phone so that you would know where is the kiddie. If there's a problem, then they just push a button and the emergency signal goes through. But you know what? The perpetrator could use that to their own detriment or to their own advantage, to your detriment. And that is actually very concerning because very little of these apps have a built-in security feature where the survivor of domestic abuse actually has protection. That's very scary. That brings me basically to the end of my discussion. I hope that was insightful or made you think about what you use your cell phone for and how do you protect yourself. Unfortunately, we can't go into much more detail because of the time constraints. We will be doing a Lunch and Learn webinar on specifically the domestic abuse using technology. And there will also be one in the workplace. Because one would think that you are safe in a work environment, but you know what, you're not. Most of these VoIP phones, these phones that works with the internet, if the power goes down, load shedding, then the phone doesn't work unless you've got a generator or UPS backup. You know that in my office, I'm guilty. The default password is admin. Really fucking original, but I've never changed it. So you know what, if you drive past my office and you use something like the IP scanner, you can actually pick up the IP addresses and you can log in into each and every phone. You can listen in on each and every phone. And that's an attorney's office. Subsequently, I changed it. I had, but that came as a wake-up call for me. And then I realized that, you know what, in a working environment, there are also ways that a perpetrator could log in your working environment. The servers, because it's the servers, the email service, they are not properly protected. And that's something that we need to address with the workers or the employers as well. We'll also be doing a specific webinar on protection, giving you step-by-step. We'll publish that, and then you can register for the Lunch and Learn webinars with regards to that. A step-by-step way and a manual of how to make your phone secure. We realized after doing this that there is a need for it. How to secure your Google account? How do you set your settings on Facebook so that it's much more secure? So we will be doing with that with the next Lunch and Learn, well, not next one. There's a couple of those coming up, but most definitely within the next month or so, that will definitely be available. Right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Opperman, for that insightful talk. Wow, sure. Definitely eye-opening, and thank you so much for encouraging us to really exercise caution when it comes to technology. So we do look forward to that recording for the Lunch and Learn webinar, because, yeah, I definitely would like to know how to protect myself as well. So we have some great news for those moms that sometimes struggle with childcare and are unable to attend the dialogues because of that. One of the mothers from this community volunteered actually, and she just came up and said, I actually want to sow into the movement, and I love kids, I love working with kids, and she decided to now create a kiddies play space while the moms are here in the dialogue. So yeah, let's just give a hand of applause to that mother. Thank you. And but we do need volunteers though, because the number of children that can be accepted will obviously be capped because of capacity. However, if we get more volunteers to help with the children, that will be amazing. Then at least we will keep the numbers a little bit high. Because I believe at the moment it's about 20 kids, right? think it's about 20 children. Yeah, so in order for us to be able to accommodate more children, we just need more volunteers, please. So if you are interested in volunteering, you can speak to myself after or Natalie at the back. Yeah. And our next speaker is ex-magistrate Francois Botha. He was a magistrate at the Wynberg Sexual Offences Court for many years, and at the moment he's currently running an NGO called Operation Brave Heart to help young survivors of crime to become better witnesses. Today he's going to come and share his experience as an ex-magistrate and also just give us his ideas on how to create change in the criminal justice system. A warm hand of applause, please, for Magistrate Francois Botha.
Thank you very much for that. I've changed the title of my topic somewhat, Deon, completely without your permission, as per usual, to now read Beyond Suffering and Surviving, A Time for Hope. Now, I've made a couple of notes to guide me. If I follow the script, I can at least try and remain on track. You know what happens if you make a speech and you get over the initial nervousness, you get all warmed up, you start making up shit. Well, I'm going to try and prevent that. I normally stick to the script when I'm nervous or if the circumstances require a compelling argument or there's some funny or combination of the two. And I do think that this gathering here today deserves a compelling presentation, and the same pressure, I hope, is also on you, dear participants, because these are dark days, and these opportunities to say something compelling and to hear something worthwhile is what makes it a little bit nerve-wracking. Now, it's customary to start a speech like this with the usual, I'm so grateful for this opportunity, or I'm so honored to be here, but the truth is I haven't felt honored since I left the courts in 2001. And even then, when they called me Your Honor, I knew that they were lying through their teeth. So also, the gratefulness is not really true because the stalk has really messed up my weekend considerably. But as I'm talking to you today, I'm doing so as someone with a story and also a bit of an opinion. Yes, I did pay my dues in the magistrates' courts. I did so for about 13 years and thereafter for another 19 years in higher education, where I ran a similar kind of unit, also very close and awfully familiar context of gender-based violence. I'm here to share some of it, particularly from a magistrate's point of view, sharing rather than doing a formal presentation. My story is somewhat summarized and sanitized to enable us to move easier from a place of woe to a place of hope. Truth is, or the truth in the heart of the story, unfortunately, remains as deadly today as it was way back then. The observation that the script of the movie I've been watching for such a long time in various segments of my career, now that hasn't changed much. These are my impressions. I'm obviously hoping and be delighted to be proven wrong. So my impression is that nothing has changed much since I left. That no good, no lasting solution, not even a real effort to bring about a solution has emerged. But in terms of what we hear from the communities, nothing has come from the endless, tiring parliamentary sessions and the perpetuated portfolio committees. That the tedious task teams changed only guard like political gloves from year to year. But the glimpses I remember from the realities of women that flocked to the court during my time seem not to have changed all that much right up to now. But the legislative fanfare and the good government's commitments and the many 16 days campaigns to end violence have become like scenes from the Groundhog movie. Always familiar, but always meaningless. So this part of my story is the movie that I know very well and that I've seen many times during my stay in the criminal justice system. And part of that movie is featured here today. And it's featuring the same familiar, not to mention horrific, scenes. No dramatic surprises here, brothers and sisters. Nothing as much happened to edit the movie. The usual extracts remain: femicide, rape, sexual violence, sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and the many hapless and hopeless applicants in maintenance applications. I thank you for that dramatic dimming of the lights. Particular point in my story. I'm wondering, instead of shining the light in my eyes, can I perhaps have it? This will help somewhat. Is it okay? You're fully charged. So, why is this? Why have there been no edits? Why have so little changes been made? I'm much older now, but I'm somewhat wiser. I don't know that much at all, and I've made some dreadful mistakes as a prosecutor, as a legal practitioner, as a commissioner of child welfare, as a maintenance, as a civil, and as a criminal magistrate. I've made some really bad calls, but I've made some good ones too. Throughout the years, I've made a list, and this is one of the good things I've done. I've made a list of the good habits, the wholesome values that I consider to be admirable. You'll see where I'm going with this in a second. Stay put. Character traits that are likely to improve the state of our affairs, more likely than others. I want to try and illustrate, and it's not so easy if I think back, considering that I spent a great deal of money on therapy to block out most of this. And that's another movie, of course. There was one incident in Mitchell's Plain where I ran the family court division in the mid-90s that stayed with me. It was during the usual hectic, busy period where Mitchell's Plain alone fielded about 1,500 applications per month. And I was new and in the middle of all this. One good thing I did was to have an open door policy where I tried to see and listen to as many applicants as possible. I was spellbound, but also shaken. Yet I knew somehow that this was going to stand me in good stead, if for no other reason than to soften me for the idea of long-term therapy for myself. So one day, a woman in a wheelchair pushed herself into my office. We talked quite a bit, and I learned that she was paralyzed because of a wound her ex-husband inflicted on her with a screwdriver. But it wasn't that part of her sharing that stayed with me. It was when she said she doesn't think she's any worse off than another woman that she knows very well. She told me in disturbing detail about how this woman is verbally abused daily in a way that destroys all self-worth. And then she said, "So you see, Mr. Botha, that woman is far worse off than me because she can't leave. But I did, and that made me stronger." What she said and how she said it made a lasting impression on me, and it took me quite a while to figure out. I learned a very important lesson on that day, that the loss of dignity makes suffering worse. And the flip side, you as applicant in a maintenance inquiry may say that you and your legal machinery can help me throughout all of this, not just to wait less, not just to be a little bit more successful in the actual application process, but if you can assist me with just this one little thing, and that is to retain some of my dignity, then I'll be stronger. You have heard and you are likely to hear more about the existing legislative landscape, that it's changed, that it's trying to change, and how the focus is shifting and how existing jurisprudential approaches, even without legal gymnastics, can make it possible to provide a much more enabling legal experience and process for women as applicants in maintenance-related legal procedures. I know Deon will talk about this some more, how any court can grant a maintenance order, that there's several existing legal, interesting, significant legal possibilities that could provide relief and interim relief for applicants in maintenance matters, especially urgent ones. I know that Eugene will also talk more about the issue of economic support and the struggle for maintenance as a manifestation of gender-based violence. And it's good that this is spoken about, as if it's been some state secret thus far. So what Deon and others will especially present today is how decent human beings can help one another without much effort. Deon, specifically, is a man on fire, and he and his unit should be lauded for making these incredibly important conversations possible. He's in a good position to muse about what should be happening in terms of what court officials should be doing to lessen the suffering. Suffering, yes, brothers and sisters, or is there another word for enduring the shame and humiliation for begging for money that you're actually entitled to? Is there a less harsh description for being forced to wait in line for hours and hours only to be told time and time again to return? Or to hear that there's no interim relief, or not to hear that phrase at all because they don't know about it or they don't care to pursue it. I know that Deon cares deeply. That is why these important meetings, such as today, this is why they're happening. However, I'm not sure if he will talk much about the why that stuff in court isn't happening. He might just be too close to the fire for that. In past training endeavors, I've used the following quote often, and not just because it sounds nice, but also because I passionately believe in these words and I'm about to share it with you. By Margaret Mead, American social anthropologist. Never doubt a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens that can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. I really believe this, and I hope that you do too. That change, the real change, is in the hands of a few thoughtful citizens. Not so much a new charter or a new discussion paper or a new initiative. It's going to take a few thoughtful citizens to point out that the charters are there, that the discussions have happened, that this is a time for those that are paid to help and assist to start doing their jobs in a way that really matters. And that they will be able to do these jobs, or they will be able to do the jobs much better if they are cared for as well. Not just in terms of remuneration, but in the way that they are prepared for, nurtured and held during and in the incredibly difficult and challenging work that they do. Let me put my foot right into it, as if I haven't done so already. I think the few thoughtful citizens should be asking the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development the following questions in this regard. How well are you training your most important foot soldiers in this war? How do you prepare your maintenance officers to endure and survive all of this? How do you care for them? We know that you supply them with legal manuals and text-heavy guidelines, but what else is in your training packs? How do you choose your trainers? What are the skills and values that you look for in trainers? What are your, or will your training include a model on kindness, on empathy? Also recognize and be able to use humor, to be mindful, to be creative, and also, on top of my list, to be courageous. Yes. And the ability to use all of this when facilitating a difficult conversation in and outside of court. Now, you said in your paper, discussion paper 157, that maintenance officers are going to be trained as mediators. This is wonderful news, but it's also getting old now. When are you going to do this? Sorry, this is part of the questions that thoughtful citizens are asking this Department of Justice. How are maintenance, you're still asking questions, here's the next one. How are maintenance officers going to be prepared and trained to make opening statements in such a way that the small window of opportunity they have to garner trust is optimally used? Are your trainers going to be able to come up with suitable scenarios and role plays to prepare the officers for the more challenging cultural clashes? Are there enough challenging examples and scenarios in your training module that will alert them to the, this is the top of my list one, the importance of the preservation of dignity? In my own efforts to train mediators over the years, and there's been many, I've tried to remember the lesson from the wheelchair woman, that the people you deal with, people you serve, people that you provide a service for, whether it's as a mediator or whether you're busy as a clerk, they are entitled to their dignity. They deserve to be experiencing you as a human being, as someone with a heart. So over the years, I've moved from my initial focus on legal principles to an approach that prioritizes kindness, courage, empathy, mindfulness, and the humor model. Call me an overgrown old hippie, but that's what I believe in. These, in my mind, are the core skills as training guidelines, but they're also core humane values. And the development of these will add to the leadership skills of maintenance officers and prosecutors in facilitating the inquiries and the court work. And specifically of the prosecutor who controls the presentation of the case. These are capacity building blocks on top of legal knowledge, on top of a sound understanding of how and where the maintenance inquiry fits into the maze of gender-based violence. These are values and skills that will help officers and prosecutors to persevere. You preserve figs, not prosecutors. So that the actual inquiries become creative exercises in presentation styles, cultural explorations, and joint problem solving. So that the cases are presented in a strong and passionate and focused way with guidance as well as insistence on available legal remedies for deserving applicants. So that these warriors remain whole and inspired. Most of all, so that these warriors that are striving towards alleviating the sufferings of others become less of a target of criticism, but more obvious in their role as part of the small group of concerned and thoughtful citizens. And that they're also yearning for a change in our world. And then, brothers and sisters, the candle of hope will indeed be burning. And we will all be part of the same community dialogue and conversation. And then, only then, will we see a different movie. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Magistrate Francois Botha, for that thought-provoking speech. I'm heartbroken because he said something so actually heartbreaking. He says, nothing has changed much. To the problem solvers of this nation, those who already carry the power and authority to bring change for children and women, where are you? To the problem solvers of this nation who still carry that true heart for justice, where are you today? Yeah. Just a reminder, this dialogue is actually recorded, and if you want to go back to watch it later, it will be available on all our social media sites, and it will also be available on www.childmaintenance.org.za. Our next speaker is our very own private investigator and friend and sister, Ms. Ronelle Ras. She's going to take us through the process and what to expect when you enter the maintenance courts. Let's give it up for Ms. Ronelle Ras, please.
Ooh.
Sexual harassment. That's just a joke. Thank you. Just do this. Not sure if everyone can hear me. Okay, morning everyone. I'm Ronelle Ras. As Bongi pointed out, thank you so much for that. First of all, I'd like to thank, now I'm not sure if I can say magistrate or should I say Mr. Botha, but thank you so much for that. It was not just a speech, it was actually from the heart. And that's what we need more of. Not just speeches, not just things that sound good, looks good, but what's actually coming from the heart. So thank you for that. I would also like to thank Advocate Ruiters and the NPO for this opportunity, for providing these facilities. If I can recall, I think it was the last dialogue that we had where Mr. Eugene Opperman showed us a place in India where people actually gathered to be educated, but they were sitting on the ground because they have a lot of gratitude. People are educating them. They don't have chairs like us. They don't have desks like us. They don't have canteen facilities, but still they are there. Still they want to be educated. And I take my hat off to people like that. But in the same sentence, I would like to thank every one of you sitting here today. It is not always easy to get here. People need to get up early. They need to travel far. It's possibly money that possibly you might have had to use for something else. We really appreciate each and every one of you attending, especially also the people online. Thank you so much for that. Then Advocate Ruiters professional team. It's quite a few, and I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone here. I'm not too sure. I can only see the people sitting in front of me that I know, so there might be other professional people here, so I do apologize if I miss anyone. First of all, on my left-hand side, it's Advocate Mohammed. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. As I said before, this is time that these professionals can sit at the beach with a glass of wine or whatever, or water, but they are here. They are here to educate us for free in such a building. This is amazing. And we should count ourselves lucky to have this. This is gold. I don't even know. This is invaluable, actually. Then Mr. Eugene Opperman, attorney in Gordons Bay. Techno genius, running a lot of things as well behind closed doors. If I can, there's a lot of things, a lot of organizing going on at the back that people are obviously not aware of, but I would just like to thank him and his daughter, Karu, that's here as well. She's amazing with the IT aspects as well, I've seen. So thank you so much, Karu, for coming through and for assisting. Thank you, Advocate Ruiters, for everything that you're doing at the back. And then to Advocate Ruiters' wife, Natalie Ruiters. Sure. She's wearing a lot of hats. She's a business owner, she's a mother, she's a wife, she's a daughter, a sister. But through all of this, whilst Advocate Ruiters are so extremely busy, when he's busy with that, she needs to run the other things at the house. So I think we don't possibly give that much gratitude towards her that we should have or can. So thank you, because, it's a lot, lots of time. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm done with all the. Okay, so yes, so I was asked to discuss the paper. Let me what they call is the Service Delivery Charter for the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And this might be the first time that some of you actually see this. And I'm sure Advocate Ruiters mentioned before, maybe I can just double check that it's not available on Google. And I think the reason why is, in my opinion, maybe they don't want us to have this piece of document. Because this is then we can actually hold people accountable. Exactly what Mr. Franz Roberta just spoke about. So we here would like to share this piece of document with you. I'm sure it can also be made available afterwards. I know in the previous dialogue it was part of the handout. So if it's possible for all of you to get it from the previous dialogue, that would be great. If not, please afterwards just chat to me or anyone else, and then we will send that for you. I am not gonna, so the slides will be there, but I'm sure everyone can read. So I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail. What I would like to say is, if we would like to exercise our rights, we should know what our rights are. And unfortunately, in my experience, it suits a lot of people to have people that's not knowledgeable on their rights. And that is exactly why we're here, and that is why the reason for my talk this morning is just to educate you about what you should and can expect in courts, in different courts actually. So the Service Charter, let me just quickly give this background. It's not only for maintenance courts, it's for children's courts, civil, criminal, I know it's a small claims courts as well, etc. So there's like basics for all the courts, and then there's specific guidelines for, say, the maintenance court, for domestic violence court, etc. But I'm not going to bore you with each and every page, because there's actually 24 pages. So we're not going to go through each and every page. I'm just going to quickly run through some of what I think is very important to go through. So now that I've dealt with all the professional people, I'll come to, this is for my people, Missy Elliott. And I'll start by firstly, like I said, the discussion points on the Service Delivery Charter, and I'm just quickly going to touch on some of the things that is included in that charter. It says, so this is from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. We acknowledge that your visit might be related to a traumatic and stressed experience. All our personnel are committed, making every effort to make your attendance a simple and worthwhile experience. You can expect the following standards of treatment when you visit our courts or service points or the master's offices. So the following, you can expect the personnel to, first of all, deal with you professionally and accord you fair and equal treatment, irrespective of your race, your gender, your socioeconomic status, disability, and other social attributes. Secondly, identify themselves by name and to wear a name badge for identification. Thirdly, address you directly with respect and due regard to your human dignity and other human rights. And then the fourth point is to treat you courteously and provide you with an apology and an explanation if things go wrong. So what we can, so I'm just going to run through a few slides, then I'll have a discussion afterwards as well. So in the service delivery chart, it states that when you arrive at any service point, and as I said before, it's not only I'm now at the general service point, so criminal, civil, child, maintenance, all those courts, not only maintenance courts. Now I'll get to the maintenance courts very soon. They say when you arrive at any service point or court or master's office, you can expect, first of all, to be kindly directed to a waiting area, or the courtroom where your case will be heard. B, to be provided with information which will help you find your way around the premises easily. C, to be served by independent, accountable, and impartial judicial officers who conduct their work with integrity and without bias. D, our processes to be transparent, fair, and reliable. And E, facilities to be safe, accessible, and convenient to use by all, including people with disability. There's quite a few other slides. I just want to see what else because I'm not going to run through all of it. As I said, afterwards it can be made available to each and every person because it's 24 pages. I don't want to bore you with the nitty-gritty. I just want people to understand that there's certain standards that should be delivered to each and every person attending a court. We all, I'm sure, maybe I'm making an assumption now, but I think us sitting here today can acknowledge that this is not happening at any court. So, like Mr. Botha said, it will be a handful of us, the citizens, that will bring about change. But you will not be able to bring about change if you don't speak up. But you can only speak up when you know about your rights. And I know I've heard rumors, and I think it will be, I don't know when in the year, but what we aim with these dialogues as well is actually to go into communities. Because let's be honest, we are sitting here today, on one or other way we actually got transport, whatever transport that may be. We are here, we have internet, we have lights, partially. But there's people that they don't have this, but they should also be informed. They should also know their rights. And we believe in going into the communities to set up a laptop with a projector so that those people, say in the library, for instance, can also partake in this dialogue. Because this should be made available to each and every person, I believe, in South Africa. And earlier I spoke about all these, so it's volunteers, because they're giving up their time today to be here. If there's one thing in my opinion, how we can thank them, because there is not money, there is nothing we can actually give them or say to actually thank them for their time and what they're doing and what they're bringing to communities. But if I can ask that each person sitting here, if you can tell 3 other people in your own circle, whether that's someone at the church, whether that's someone sitting next to you in the maintenance queue, whether that's someone from work, even if, say for instance, maintenance does not affect them, they possibly have families, they possibly have friends or colleagues, and that is how we will be able to spread the word. Otherwise, people will not know. And if you don't know your rights, you are not able to obviously exercise those rights. I'm sorry, I made a mistake at the start. I want to say thank you to all the volunteers as well today. I'm sorry that I did not at the start of the presentation. Thank you so much. There's a lot. Might be missing out some people, but there's Anna that assisted with the badges. There's Meryl that's assisting with the childcare today. There's Mbavani that's assisting with the childcare today. Natalie assisted. I did the sign in downstairs. I hope I don't miss anyone right now. Lucy. So thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much to each and everyone. I'm going to quickly run through what you can expect at maintenance courts, because as I said before, these were just guidelines, but I'm going to go through what you can expect at a maintenance court. So when arriving at a maintenance court, the maintenance services that you can actually expect or should are the following. Customer will not spend more than 2 hours in a queue before being attended to. Next thing. Where there is proper service of process, the maintenance order will be finalized within 90 days. Third, return of non-service of process will be communicated to the client within 7 working days of receipt. Sorry, it's on my presentation, it's slide number 2, if you want to follow. Apologies. On completion of investigations on a reported maintenance default, the department will communicate to the client within 7 working days. Lastly on this slide, all cash payments will be ready for payout to customers within 4 working days after receipt of the schedules for employers or payments from individual obligors. What I actually want to say with this is the fact that there's certain rules in place that they should comply with. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, when this was signed, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 2015, he signed this off. So this is a valid document, but no one knows about this. So the only way that things will get better is if we speak up and demand better service. And there's no point in saying to your friend, oh, I was there at the maintenance, yo, Salvera, it's still, I understand the frustration. But if you don't do anything about it, if there's no formal complaints being laid, nothing will change. Nothing will change. Yes, sorry. Oh, that's a very good question. I was coming to that. Thank you so much. Sorry, the person at the back asked, who do you complain to? There is actually a complaint process. I know it was in one of the previous dialogues as well. We will be able to make that available as well. But what I can tell you is there's a court manager. So what we try on the WhatsApp group, and I'm not too sure if everyone here, sitting here, is even aware of the WhatsApp group, the maintenance WhatsApp group. If not, on the link that you registered for today, at the bottom, you'll find the link to the WhatsApp group. In the WhatsApp group, you will be spammed a bit by messages per day, but it is gold. The information, it's a safe group, it's a support group, and on that group, so what I was, sorry, ma'am, what I was trying to say is, there is a complaints procedure. The procedure we can make available, but I'm going to be just lay out the basic. So in your court, so what we ask on the WhatsApp group is that when you are at court, because remember, each of us sitting here, you are different courts, but there is like a board that will say, oh, this is the court manager, this is the area court manager, this is the regional head, etc. Please take a photo of that and please post it on that WhatsApp group so that other people that is also at that court knows what the details are. So the procedure is basically, so your first line of complaint, go to the court manager. Those details are on there, on the email address. 5 days after you have no communication, you go to the area court manager, because there's obviously a process to follow. After you have not received any response from said regional area court manager, that will be the regional head. Deon, sorry, I'm not sure after that. My apologies, I don't have it in front of me, so sorry about that. It was not supposed to be part of my presentation today, so I apologize. But we will make available the entire complaints procedure so that everyone sitting here today and everyone that you're going to tell that we just discussed will know about it. And that's the only way we can bring change. People won't know these problems if that does not get reported. And we are so we should stand up. We have a voice. We have a voice, especially all of us together. This is a big wheel to turn. I agree. But we will be able to turn it if we all work together. So I'd like to thank you all for your time. Oh, is there any questions? Sorry.
Yes. If I may say something. I live in Atlantis, and the court in Atlantis, my son's case is over President Atlantis for 9 years, since 2014. And you know what? You don't get any information. It is for 9 years, my son's case is on the and every time the case is just been moved from the court, and after a year or 2 years, it's coming back. But it's every time postponed. My second son has been shot last year. It's so much for us.
Yeah.
I don't do nothing in the court for us.
I understand. I'm sorry.
It's so sad. We don't know what to do in our kind of community.
I understand. I'm really sorry to hear about your loss. And you are correct. This is unacceptable. If I can ask if we can have a chat with her afterwards, if you don't mind. I'm not sure what her name is. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry to hear about your loss. We will have a discussion with you afterwards. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Thank you. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. My name is Lynn. I'm from Mitchell's Plain. Thank you for being part of the Mitchell's Plain planning show. We know that. But the reality is, there is no humanity at court. You know why people feel that they don't want to go to court? It's not because, it's because of the way they are being treated. I don't understand the fact that, yes, they are intellectuals as advocates and magistrates and things like that. But you must understand, as a layperson, we actually empower ourselves in the street. So when it comes to, there's no humanity, really no humanity. They treat you with coldness, and it's not just the officials at the magistrate court. It starts with your security. We're not all gangsters when we get into that court. We have issues when we go into that court, and we would like to be helped. And that's not happening. What we are requesting as the Cape Flats Safety Forum, let us go back to having court assessors, which comes from the community. This, the charters is up at court. The charters is up at court. You can complain. There's a department in the Department of Local Government that's got community development workers, which goes to all the departments to check the charter of all the departments. But in the value chain, even from SAPS's perspective, they also have a charter, but it's not executed. And the attitude that officials have specifically to our people is they treat us really with disrespect. They think we are not having any, because we're not intellectuals, we don't understand the law, but I'm very sorry. Ik het in die straat goed gedaan en in die straat heb ik mijn degree gekry. So I'm challenged. And to be honest with you, I'm enemy number 2 in Mitchell's Plain because I challenge officials for not adhering to what is there. So for us, I really think that there should be the court assessors. In the past, it was very successful in Mitchell's Plain. I can tell you, because it came from the community and the empathy that community has for each other. But it's because of that absence of that, that people don't really
Yeah.
worry to raise their concerns because it's a daily occurrence.
I understand.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
I'm Avi Isaacs, I'm the chairperson of the Cape Flats Forum, and I think this is my fourth ending here, and I think it's the first time that I'm speaking. But the point that I'm trying to make is that as society we are quick when we go into APSA and to illustrate to the person on the other side, here's the code of conduct, I need that type of service. And I think what we're lacking within society specifically is we tend to forget and point our officers in the right direction. What's the use? And I'm in the corporate environment, specifically in the IT. I get told every day by my clients, this is your code of conduct. We bought a particular product and these are the elements that you need to agree to. But we tend, as community, as societies, tend to forget to direct officials, with all due respect, with their degrees and what in the right direction.
Yeah.
Hence, we are having people, and with all due respect, having to lose faith within the system, specifically within the criminal justice system when it comes to that. And as I said, we are active within, as the Cape Flats Safety Forum, we are active, and these are the issues that we hear
Yeah.
constantly, daily, year in, year out, from communities that are literally starting to lose faith within our community. And hence we are saying that we implore this type of initiatives that is happening, but we need to extend it beyond. And I think Lynn have already started to engage with my honorable leader. We need to have, even though we go to areas where we have pockets of 10, 20 people, let's start educating them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer, a thorn can end up in our
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
If I can just ask, what is the chances of us specifically looking at maintenance? Because I know it's a personal issue and we need to take cognizance of the Copy Act and people don't want to open up. But what is the chances of us having a monitor to monitor these things where the individual that goes to court as for maintenance and the way they are being treated so that we can capture them? And is there any way that we can do that? Or do we speak to the court manager to say, look, here we're going to have monitors to specifically look at domestic violence and maintenance, for instance, because that is the sole point in Mitchell's play, that they are not being helped correctly, officials' attitude towards them. So what is the chances if we request like to have court monitors to specifically look at that? Can we do that?
Okay, I will ask our learned advocate raters to approach that because unfortunately I won't be able to address that. But thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Banky. Just a few seconds. I'm not going to take up a long time just to explain that. If you go to the Service Delivery Charter, and I will make copies available of the Service Delivery Charter, it's 24 pages, not a lot. It's luckily a big font for those that can't read and write or can't read. So I will make copies available to whomever wants copies of the Charter. In the Charter, it says specifically, if you have any problem with any court, whether it's maintenance, whether it's estates, whether it is domestic violence, and you don't get helped the way that the Service Delivery Charter says, and it is on Google. If you go on Google and just put in DOJ Service Delivery Charter, you will find the Service Delivery Charter, and you can download it from there. We did discuss it last year, but maybe based on what I'm hearing, we should then have a copy of it in our next community dialogue handout for all of you to see. But those that are over here today, we will make sure that you get a copy. I will make copies as we progress during the day. But the Service Delivery Charter says that you are supposed to be helped within 2 hours. I know that is almost a figment of imagination. It doesn't happen. If you're going to wait over there 2 hours, you are more likely to win the lotto than making sure that you get that. Be it as it may, that is what is being envisaged by our heads of government and all of those spheres. Within 2 hours, you're supposed to be out. You're not going to be out. I know that. I've been in all of these courts. I think of our ex-judge Yvonne Mokoro in Bannatyne versus Bannatyne, it's a constitutional court, says we must look at innovative ways that we can deal with it. last year in December, my wife and I went down to George, where we started with the maintenance officers, and we told them that this is what your service delivery charter says. This is what you're supposed to do. There's no way we're going to do it, because as soon as a maintenance officer starts with the first one, maintenance inquiry, they can't rush it and then say, come, go quickly say what you want to say. You need to speak and listen to them. So within that 2 hours, your time is running, and there are 10 people sitting outside. So innovative ways is we developed a information brochure. The information brochure gives you information about anything. If the maintenance staff is rude to you, what you should do. At the court, there is an information board with the details of the court manager, the area court manager, the regional head, and the court manager for court services, regional court services. All of their details are on that board. So whenever you go to any specific court all over South Africa, any court must have that board. If they don't, the first thing you ask them is, where's your information board with the details of the court manager, area court manager, regional head, and the director of court operations must be there. That's your first point of entry. You file your complaint with them. In the service delivery charter, it says that you can also file your complaint straight to National Office to Service Delivery at justice.gov.za. It is in your notes. I will make copies available for those of you that want to see it. So your first line of entry is you complain to the court manager, area court manager, regional, all of them at once, because it's no use you just complain to the supervisor or to the court manager, because that's where it's going to end. Let it go straight to the top so that there is that monitoring that Ms. Phillips is talking about. So that's the way we're going to make sure that there is monitoring, because National Office knows about it. There's a problem in Atlantis Court that we need to address. If we're not going to do that and we just go and complain in the community or at your church service, or waited the whole day, that's what we do. And we need to take it to the next level so that other people, those people in ports of authority, will listen to us. Else, we're just going to be complaining and exacerbating the situation and not going to get anywhere. The child needs food at home. It's no use you complain just over there to the court or to the church group and all of them. I say, shame, Sina, sorry, let's see what's going to happen. It's going to stay there. The only way we're going to get action is if we complain straight to the top and let it filter down. If we're going to complain to the court manager, says, we'll help you in March when you come back, or in April when you come back, they say, okay, well, Shane, we'll help you next month. And that's how it's going to continue and continue. The child still needs food at home. So all what I'm telling you is, on our Facebook group and on our WhatsApp group specifically, we've got a support team of women. There's over 300 women in that group, and they help one another. They even form these small groups where they will say, I'm going to Simonstown Court today. Please, are there other women that are going there? And they all make copies of this information brochure, and they give this information to the one sitting there. For garnishing order, this is what you do to get a garnishing order. And that is how we help one another. Speak to the lady next to you. Don't sit over there and think, and by God, please help me today that I just get to the maintenance officer and he help me. God will help you if you help the one next to you. So help the one next to you, and you're going to see how God wants to work favors in your favor. So let's start doing that, and you'll see the change that this small thing over here can start and germinate to a bigger level. So what I want to inculcate or encourage you is complain in the support group. There are a lot of women over there that will assist you, and then you find out, I'm also going to Atlantis, let's go and talk there. Then the court that has become this burden, this thorn in your flesh, becomes such a nice place. You actually want to go there. I'm going to go and see my other lady that's also going through the same. And then you start talking. And then it becomes more and more manageable and more, it's not as if you are alone. Now you've got somebody that is sharing your burden with you. And that's how we're going to start. On that group, on the WhatsApp group, we have a docs folder. In the docs folder, we compiled a few of those complaints and to whom you should direct it. Those are the names that's on the information brochure. Last year, what we did is we asked all the ladies to make a photo of, or take a photo and put it on the group, and that's how we shared information. And this is what the community dialogue is all about. It's just sharing information that you actually know there's a service delivery charter that says you must be out within 2 hours. And that's how we start off. But Lynn, Ms. Phillips, the monitoring group, there isn't such a monitoring system. The only monitoring is service delivery at justice.gov.za that is supposed to be able to send it to the regional head as well as to the director court operations that is supposed to then be dealing with it and what are you doing about this complaint. But we need to start off where we do complain to the right people and then we will get the help. I'll give you an opportunity quickly, Faldila.
Yeah, you know, when I'm reading all these complaints on the WhatsApp group, what crosses my mind, you know, we talk about perpetrators, but at the court there are perpetrators that's employed by the Justice Department. Now, you know, in a normal corporate world, if you complain about an employee, there's such a thing as a disciplinary process.
Yes.
Now, repeatedly, you know, people are publicly saying this particular employee of the Justice Department is a problem.
Yeah.
Now, surely if there's so many complaints, but the situation is not changing.
Yeah.
In Athlone, there's a problem.
Yeah.
It's not only Mitchell's Plain. In Athlone, there's a problem.
Yeah.
In Simonstown, there's a problem. But year in and year out, the situation doesn't change.
Yeah.
Now, you know, I posted the saying of Einstein. So we must all be very insane because we're doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's what ex-magistrate Francois Botha just said. We're doing the same thing and it's year after year. But the only way we're going to affect change is if we put your email and your complaint to service delivery at justice.gov.za and let it filter down to whoever needs to deal with it. Except for that, we're going to get another opportunity this year. The Maintenance Amendment Act is going to go into Parliament. Let's go to Parliament and tell Parliament, this is what your documents are saying. Yes, none of us are getting any of these things. And we've got community members over here that are activists. It's about time that we get that community participation. It was only a few of us that participated in the Law Commission, my wife, Eugene, and some of us that participated, Laronel, Faldila, and some of us were part of the Law Commission, but you're going to get another opportunity to go to Parliament and tell Parliament, I've got a case at Atlantis Court for so many years, and this is what I'm... And it doesn't have to be maintenance. It can be anything, your estate that you are struggling with over all these years, where the executor is keeping the money and you're not getting any. It's not just limited to maintenance, but let us get all of these type of complaints and make sure that service delivery know about it. And then we can say, I sent it to service delivery in February. They didn't do anything. It's 4 months later, nothing happened. Then we take it to Parliament. Parliament must listen to us. But if we are not going to somehow do something now, then it's just going to continue and continue. And now I'll give you an opportunity and then I'll give over to Bongi.
Sorry, just to be very brief, I can't remember who uttered this, but the fact of the matter is on this, the child maintenance, the website that you've registered on, there is documents that's publicly shared. And in that folder is examples of affidavits. So not all of us, I'm not a legal person myself, but not all of us, maybe you're not good with words, you don't know how to complain the exact words. What do you say? How do you address someone? But in that document folder is, let's call it pro forma affidavits. So you just amend it with your own situation. It will make it so much easier. and people will actually take you seriously when your things, when the document looks professional. Yeah. So that is just something that I wanted to share.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is a website that she's referring to is www.childmaintenance.org.za. It is on the front page. So get that website. In that docs folder, there's a tab saying public. Click on the public tab, then you'll get all of those documents over there that you can use, how to compile a garnishee order, how to apply for a garnishee order, how to apply for a pension fund. In a case where your child is over the age of 18 and the man don't want to pay, how do you do that? All of it is on that site that you can get. Also on the WhatsApp site, there is a docs folder where you can get all of it. But I will explain a little bit later when I do my presentation. I want to give over to our MC.
Thank you so much, Advocate Deon. Thank you so much, Runal, and thank you, ma'am. I'm so sorry for your loss. Sure. And thank you as well for just raising these issues. And I love the passion, because that's what we need. I love the fire. Let's take what we are learning here, because I understand there are people in our communities who still need extra help in understanding. So let's take what we are learning here and try and help people in our different communities understand. Because at the end of the day, we won't be able to speak up if we do not have language. And this platform is giving us language for our experiences, language to speak up in courts, to understand our rights. And without that, we can't help our communities either. So I really want to encourage us, as Advocate John said, let's go to the website, let's read the acts, let's read the documents, take that information, empower a mother in our little communities. So on that note, before we take a quick 15-minute break, we have a special guest today, Mr. Goliath, all the way from Northern Cape. He's a maintenance officer. He started in January at Simonstown Court. So I'm just going to give you like a few minutes just to share on just on who you are and just give us maybe words of encouragement. And also, welcome to the Western Cape and welcome to the NPA Community Dialogues. Okay, sorry. And then after that, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back around 11:20.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to my colleague, Advocate Ruiters, for extending the invite. I'm the new maintenance officer in Simonstown. I've taken note of what Ma'am has said. I've been the maintenance officer in Kimberley. I was running the Kimberley Family Law Center there for the past 2 years. I took a transfer to Simonstown's Court after I heard of the problems that's taking place there. So ever since I started there, what I can say now, ma'am, I think it's not only for the public that there is some mess going on there. So I am busy, if I can put it that way. I'm the new broom that came to come and clean up. It's not easy because, like we say, I'm all about Batupili principles, and I believe that as a public servant, we need to render services for the public. And it needs to be dealt with as speedily as possible because people come to court, especially because there is no other recourse and there's an urgent need, especially when it comes regarding issues of domestic violence, issues of maintenance, especially. The best interest of children should always be protected. The court always remains the upper custodian to ensure that the rights of children are protected and that it's not violated. I've received a lot of targeted attacks ever since I started at Simonstown, and that's from management due to maladministration and people not knowing what they're doing. I can agree with you, ma'am. From the onset when I started here in November, the first people that I did experience was someone at the securities, and they themselves were not welcoming towards me. It's the first thing that I addressed when I started at that court. But one thing that I can say is that I'm in the process of speeding up backlog of cases at Simonstown. I'm trying to work with the clerks of the court to better educate them at this current stage, in order for us to not have, there's this influx of emails that one has to read, and I believe that magistrate's court is a court that's supposed to be where someone is able to step in. There's not supposed to be an issue where you need to make an appointment to see a maintenance officer, and a maintenance officer then saying he's busy and he cannot avail himself, or where you have a clerk that does not even know how to fill in a maintenance application form. As ma'am said, the proformas are there for the lay person, but it's a total insult that a clerk of a court cannot even assist a lay person and then refer that person to the maintenance officer. So there's a lot that we need to fix within our court systems. But be it as it may, I will avail my contact numbers on the group to everyone that does have problems with Simonstown's court, the maintenance, as well as Muizenberg court. I've spoken to the court manager as well as the area court manager that with effect from March, I will now be having specific time set out to deal specifically with maintenance issues in Muizenberg, preferably twice in a week. That would be on a Wednesday and a Friday. And then the other courts, the other court in Simonstown, I will be speeding up to deal with those cases from Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So for all those who are aggrieved, you can take the message out that the surname is Goliath. I'm Advocate John Goliath. I'm from the maintenance court. I don't have any child. I have a lot of time on my hands. And I'm here to serve. So with any complaints, you'll see me more often at these dialogues. So if there's anything, don't hesitate to ask or approach me for any queries. Can get my number from Advocate Ruiters, but I'll become a more familiar face here more often. Thanks.
Something to lift our spirits. Thank you so much, Mr. Goliath, Advocate Goliath. May you raise more and more in this nation. May you raise more and more in this nation, because we need that. On that note, we're going to take a quick tea break, and we will see each other at 11:20. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you so much for taking your Saturday and joining us today at today's dialogue. And also thank you to those who are watching online. And just a reminder again that this session is recorded and it will be available on our social media sites, and it will also be available on our website, www.childmaintenance.org.za. So we are now on our last session of the day. And we're going to welcome back Mr. Opperman to come and talk to us about just giving us an understanding of economic abuse from a domestic violence perspective. Thank you very much, Mr. Opperman.
Right, so you stuck with me today for a double whammy. Right, so I'll be addressing today, still sticking with the domestic violence theme, understanding economic abuse as a form of domestic violence. Just as an overview, what we will be doing today, what that I'll be discussing, is just a general overview, the legislation, what is economic abuse, where do we find that in the Act, where is it mentioned, the misconceptions specifically on abuse, the provisions of the Domestic Violence Act, and then I'll be addressing some key issues of how you, as a layperson, you people listening online, the advice officers, people working in the field, maintenance officers, how can you recognize if even your friend, your colleague that works with you, how can you identify and see that they are being a victim of economic abuse? And then I'll be discussing that goes hand in hand with the economic abuse. I'll be discussing what is controlling and coercive behavior and when is that considered to be a crime. So on the next slide, you'll see that I've drafted a ebook which is available on a couple of websites. It's available on childmaintenance.org.za. It's available on my personal website, Eugene Oppermansinc.co.za. And that's the ebook that I've written, and subsequently, and that was actually leading up to 16 Days of Activism last year, as well as the launch of the International Economic Abuse Awareness Day. So we never had something like that in South Africa. That was the first for South Africa. So I'm co-founder of an NPO or NPC called the Institute for Social Development and Justice, and with the main aim of addressing specifically economic abuse. And we've teamed up with international partners, people from Australia, people from the UK, New Zealand, Israel, Canada as well. So we've teamed up with an international group of people. And we are miles, not even miles, we are light years behind when it comes to acknowledging and actually understanding what is economic abuse, specifically contextualizing the South African sense, because every country does have its unique constraints when it comes to finances, to what is considered to be abuse. Strangely enough, the Australians and the people in New Zealand, they don't talk about abuse. They talk about harm. They would say it's economic harm. They would say it's economic or it's a domestic harm. It's not an abuse. And I quite like that word, but we're still well off on that. I've also written an article for the Derivus, which is circulated amongst attorneys, specifically regarding this topic, understanding economic abuse from a perspective coming through from domestic violence. And I had so many people and I had so many magistrates phone me up, sending me an email saying, but you know what, they've never heard about that. So I said, you know what, read the damn act, it is in the act. But they do not understand that. They do not understand that. So you're most welcome to, and there's probably a link of the article that I've written. It's a little bit academic because it's written for attorneys, but I will use some of the extracts of that article I'll be using for my presentation. On the next slide, so most people when they think about domestic abuse, most of the police, when they think of domestic abuse, would narrow it down to two things. They would think that it is physical abuse or it might be sexual abuse. Those are the things that they can see. So if you go to the police station and you say, you know what, I have actually been economically abused or emotionally abused, they would say, well, where does it hurt? Show me where it is. Show me where's the hurt, where's the ADA. And that's the problem that we have, because they do not understand that. And obviously, we need to address that with the police and to educate them as well on certain aspects. We call it these unseen forms of abuse. Because economic abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, elder abuse, those are all abuses that sometimes we cannot physically see. We can see the manifestation thereof. What happens, the end result we can see. But the physical harm, we cannot usually see. And that is the problem. We also sit with a problem that so many people don't know that they experience a certain kind of abuse. They do not know that they experience tech abuse. I can guarantee you just by the numbers of the people sitting here today that there's at least 4 or 5 people that has a tracker on their phone. I can guarantee you that. I'm willing to place my month's salary on the line for that. That's how certain I am. So we are being bombarded with forms of abuse that we do not even know about. And that is also one of the main reasons why economic abuse is so silent, because people don't talk about that. You do not want to divulge to your co-colleague or your best friend that, you know what, I'm actually in deep shit when it comes to money. You're afraid, you're shy, you're embarrassed. Because you know what, isn't that the norm? Isn't that just the way it should be? I'm married to this idiot or this narc or whatever, and he controls the money. So that's a silent form of abuse. And that's sometimes one of the most detrimental forms of abuse, because it works not only with the economy side of it, your financial means, but it also works with your psyche, with your emotions. Very seldom things like these unspoken or silent forms of abuse are usually not done in isolation. You would not have a perpetrator only affecting economic abuse. It would usually go hand in hand with some other forms of abuse, usually verbal abuse, emotional abuse, controlling and coercive behavior. So if one looks at the definitions of the Act, and we're still staying on that slide, Colin, there are more things recognized, more acts in the Domestic Violence Act that is also considered to be abuse, that we do not utilize, or we do not even realize. Emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse, that is a form of abuse. But do we really understand and know what that means? Economic abuse, intimidation, harassment or sexual harassment, coercive and controlling behavior. We'll go into some detail in a while. Very encouraging, very positive what they included in the proposed amendments to the Domestic Violence Act is to include elder abuse. And that I'm very, very, very happy about. Yes, we do have the Older Persons Act, but that is seen in isolation because you would go to a different court for that. You would go to a different magistrate for that. But now they've linked that to the Domestic Violence Act. So the Domestic Violence Court would actually hear matters like that. Also, very, very, very interesting is spiritual abuse that they've included in the definitions, which I think is brilliant. And then my all-time favorite, especially when it comes to maintenance, also my passion, is to expose a child to domestic violence. That is considered an act. So if one thinks about maintenance, let's talk about the maintenance officer sitting there as well. If someone economically abuses you, is that considered to be an act of domestic violence? Yes, sure it is. But now you can have something tangible. You know what? This little kitty is suffering as a result thereof. And that is a double whammy. Now it's not only the economic abuse or the verbal abuse, it's also exposure of a child to that act of domestic violence that is also been codified to be an act of domestic violence. So that is absolutely, in my eyes, that is one of the most precious pieces of legislation that they've brought in as an amendment. So coming back to economic abuse, if one analyzes that and unpacks that and you analyze that in context of international partners, because remember, we are still very young with economic abuse. We do not understand that. It's quite foreign. So the underlying core of economic abuse is the controlling and coercive behavior. Controlling and coercive behavior. That is recognized by the Domestic Violence Act. That has been in the Act from the word get-go. So at this stage, we focus on the controlling and the coercive behavior as the core of economic abuse. So if one looks at what is the profile, next slide please, Colin. Oh, that's on the other one. If one looks at what is a typical behavior? What is the typical behavior of someone that uses economic abuse as a form of abuse? Number one, it's the sabotage of your income and your access to money. Big words, eh? Sabotage of your income and your access to money. And we'll go into some detail in a moment. The other one is to restrict how you use your money and your own things. That's one of the other headings or that they address. And then the last one is to exploit your own economic situation. And we'll be going into details with identifying these three. The sabotage of your income, so it's the sabotage portion, it is the restriction portion of your own money, and then the exploitation thereof. So if we turn to the sabotage, and it sounds very, especially when you think about load shedding and Eskom and what has been happening. I'm treading on thin ground using the word sabotage, but it is actually exactly what it is. It is sabotaging of your income and your access to money, and that is exactly what the wording says. It's restricting your access to money. It prevents you, for example, and we're going to go through a couple of examples so that you can understand where this is all going, and to put it into context, to identify the signs of potential economic abuse. Number one is to prevent you from being educated or being employed. Dad says, you know what, you stay at home, you look after the kids, although you might have a degree. Or you need to stay at school, you need to stay at home, look after the kids. You cannot finish your matric. We see that quite often. That is a form of economic abuse because it restricts your potential way of earning an income. Interfering with attempts to further the education or do courses, that speaks for itself. Limit your working hours. Dad says, you know what, no, that's fine. You have to be at home at a certain time when I'm at home. Again, it speaks to the controlling and the coercive behavior. He wants to manipulate you. He says, you can work certain hours. You have to be at home by 6 o'clock because you need to make me food. That is considered economic abuse because he restricts your potential of earning an income. He sabotages your income and your access to earn money. Obviously, one of the big ones, take your pay or salary or refuse to let you claim for SASSA. Taking the children's savings and birthday money, we see that in some of the instances as well, or refuse to let you access a bank account or keep your bank card. So even if though you might have a bank account, he keeps the card. So he controls the money. HSBC, the bank, recently last year ran an ad, massive big boards of a woman standing in ropes as if she is manipulated. And the tagline read, he who controls the money controls you. Stalking at your workplace. If he makes it so difficult for you in your workplace, he is actually sabotaging you by earning an income and access to your own money. Those are all just on this sabotage front. If we go to the next slide, to restrict how you use your money and the things that you own. The perpetrator would very normally control when and how you spend the money. If it's in a common household, he would tell you, you can only spend it on that, this, and that. Or you have to go out, I need that kind of bread, I need that kind of cold drink to drink. So he dictates to you what the money needs to be spent on. That is considered to be a form of economic abuse. Dictate what you can buy and what you may not buy. I said that. May ask you for money every time or provide you with a small allowance. Mom is a stay-at-home mom. She looks after the kids on his instant and request. She does not have the potential to earn money. She needs to beg for money for food, or she gets a small amount of allowance per month. That is considered economic abuse because that restricts how she uses her money and the things that she owns. Very common, and we see that, especially we see that in maintenance as well, where we expect people to keep receipts. If I go and buy groceries, it's on my banking statement, I don't keep the receipts, but yeah. A typical abuser or perpetrator would ask you to give reckoning of each and everything that you buy. Keep every slip. They would scrutinize the slips to say, but you know what, I told you, because that's a way of controlling and coercive behavior. Also, the use of the property, such as a mobile phone or a car. So the perpetrator would then actually tell you that you can only use the car on certain instances. You can only take the kiddies to school, but you can't go to the gym. That's all. Remember I said the core of it all is the coercive and the controlling behavior. And that is exactly what it speaks about here. Keeping the financial information a secret. That's a big one. We see that in divorce cases. We see that in maintenance cases. The perpetrator keeps the information regarding the finances all to himself. The woman is not included. I know in some of the black cultures, it's traditional that the man or the husband is the head of the family and he looks after that. If things go sour and they need to split up, that woman, that lady does not have an inkling, not a clue on how to handle her own finances, or what is she entitled to in terms of the divorce, because she never had access to the information about the money. The last one is exploitation of your economic situation. Very simple, when he steals your money or your property. Because remember, if the perpetrator steals something from you, there's a monetary component because you need to replace that. And that is considered to be financial exploitation, causes damages to your property, or refuse to contribute to the household costs. So if the father does have the means to pay, and he does not pay for the household goods, and you as the mother are expected to go out and work and to attend to the kids, that could be considered economic abuse. So my next question would be, if the father refuses to pay maintenance, isn't that considered economic abuse? When the amendments to the new act comes in, we would see many of these type of cases where children are actually exposed to a form of domestic violence. They are exposed to economic abuse because they are not getting payment. They are not getting maintenance payment. So we might be seeing a lot of that coming through in the near future. Forcing you to sign financial. This is now all about the exploitation of your own economic status or situation. Forcing you to sign documents or forge your signature. Spend money needed on household items for something else. So the money comes in. The mom works, but the money is taken, it's spent on something else. He goes and he buys rims for his car instead of contributing to the household. That is considered economic abuse. Misuse money in a joint bank account, that is quite standard. Insist that all bills or credit cards are in the woman's name. I've seen cases where the father or the husband would insist that the car is registered on his name. So he gets the asset. He gets the value of the asset. But the repayment loan is on the wife's name. So she's responsible. So if things do go sour, which they eventually evidently always do, who's sitting with a problem? Dad smiles, he's got the asset. He smiles, big smile, he's got the new car. The mother signed for the contract, and she's bound by the contract to pay that. We see that often. So now we look at the Domestic Violence Act. So yes, I said that the Domestic Violence Act is enacted. It is in the Domestic Violence Act. There is a definition thereof, and the definition on the Act as it stands now. So I'm going to refer you to both acts. The Amendment Act, which was already signed into law, so it is already there. We're still waiting for the President to actually give us a date, publish a date in the Government Gazette, so that could be implemented, the amendments. So I'm going to refer to both, the Act as it stands now and the imminent changes of the Amendment Act. And it says that the definition of economic abuse, it says it's the unreasonable deprivation of economic or financial resources to which a complainant is entitled to under law. And then unreasonable disposal of household effects and property. Under the new definitions, the legislator took away the word unreasonable. And that was quite strange. Why would they take away the unreasonableness? Who knows? Under the new Act, it just reads the deprivation thereof. It should not be unreasonable. And that is a plus, and that is a win for the perpetrators or for the victims of domestic violence, that they took that away, because that could have been argued in court to say, but you know what, it was reasonable. That could be my defense. The Act says it should be unreasonable. And I had a cause because she spends money on booze instead of buying food for the kids. The legislator took that away. So that the prerequisite of unreasonableness was taken away. The legislator then expanded on the definition of economic abuse. They kept the portion that I just read, but they included the use of financial resources of a complainant without the permission. In my view, that's theft. But it's been codified now. It's been codified, and it says specifically that. It also says to coerce the complainant to relinquish control of assets and to sign any document that would give you control of that. Very important. I think in terms of contracts, they go to a retailer store. They're married in community of property, both need to sign. The woman does not want to sign, but she is coerced into signing, to making debt. She's been covered and she's been protected by the amendments of the Domestic Violence Act. So that was the definition of economic abuse as it stands in the Act. So what is domestic abuse? We've learned that economic abuse is domestic abuse. So what is domestic abuse? Domestic abuse, the definitions thereof said that it includes economic abuse and any other controlling or abusive behavior towards a complainant. I'm circling back to what I said in the beginning, that coercive and controlling behavior is the core of economic abuse. And that has been recognized, and it is in the Act as it stands, the present Act. In the Amendment Act, they went further, and I like this because they also included economic abuse, but they also included, as a separate form of abuse, coercive behavior, controlling behavior, to expose a child to domestic violence. And then the last one, which is very broad, is any other behavior of an intimidating, threatening, abusive, degrading, offensive, or humiliating nature towards the complainant. So that makes it very wide. So if you experience any intimidating, threatening ways that is intimidating to you, that could be considered a form of domestic violence. In the Act as it stands, coercive behavior is not clearly defined. They make mention thereof, but it's not clearly defined. And there was a great need for that. And that's why in the Amendment Act, they included the definition thereof, where it says that coercive behavior means to compel or to force a complainant to abstain from doing anything that they might lawfully have done, and that they have a lawful right to abstain from doing. It's lekker die mekaar. Even for me as a legal practitioner, I have to read that twice, and then I still don't understand that. What it basically says is that the coercive behavior means to force somebody to do something that you otherwise would not have done. You are being coerced into doing something, or not do something, and you're entitled to it. That's basically what it means. So in the wisdom of the legislator, they included this definition of coercive behavior in the Amendment Acts, which is an absolute win for the survivors. Same goes for controlling behavior. Controlling behavior, they make mention, but they never defined it. There was no definition of controlling behavior. Under the new act, in the Amendment Act, it actually says controlling behavior means behavior towards a complainant that has the effect to make the complainant dependent or subservient to. Wow. What is that? How powerful is that? Controlling behavior is behavior that is made, controlling coercive behavior, manipulation, to make you subservient or dependent upon your abuser. The court now recognized that, or the legislator now recognizes that. And that is an absolute win, because that happens each and every day, because that is the main aim of the perpetrator, effecting economic abuse, controlling coercive behavior, to make the person stay with him by using financial means. That is now considered and defined in the Amendment Act. It goes further with regards to controlling behavior. It says where they make, it means that it is the behavior that has the effect of making the complainant dependent or subservient to, and it also includes isolating them from the sources of support, exploiting their resources or capabilities for personal gain, taking the SASSA card, using the money for something else, using the maintenance money for something else, depriving them of means needed for independence, resistance, or escape. What does every woman in a domestic abusive relationship want? What do they want? They want to get the hell out of it. But they can't. They can come with, oh, I love him, and all that type of nonsense. But mostly because they do not have the means, because they are so dependent financially, emotionally, psychologically on the perpetrator. The Act recognizes that. And then the last portion, which is also considered controlling behavior, is to regulate the everyday behavior. And that's usually what a perpetrator would do. So the next question would be, when is the controlling or the coercive behavior considered to be a crime? When is that considered to be a crime? So as it stands currently, it says that the behavior might take place repeatedly or on a continuous basis over time. That has been changed. One single incident of economic abuse could be recognized as a form or a way of domestic violence. So that repetitiveness was also taken away in the definitions. And such conduct should harm or inspire reasonable belief that harm may be caused. That's now just when is controlling and coercive behavior considered to be a crime. Number one, we said it needs to be repetitive or continuous. Number two, it inspires reasonable belief that there might be harm by doing so. And then the last prerequisite is it needs to take place in an intimate or a family relationship. Domestic Violence Act is exactly what it is. It's a domestic between family or intimate partners. The harassment, the abuse that happens outside that is governed by a different act. It's governed by, for example, sexual harassment in your workplace. It's governed by the Harassment Act. But as soon as people are in a close relationship or intimate relationship, then the Domestic Violence Act comes into play. So what are these intimate relationships, or how the personally connected relationships? Number one, the Act makes mention where it says where people are married to one another, regardless if it's Muslim rights, if it's customary, or even if it's religion. So they recognize that if they are married to one another, or they live together in a relationship in the nature of a marriage. So if they lived as husband and wife for a certain period of time, that would be considered to be an intimate relationship. If they are parents of a child, that is also hold responsibilities, parental rights and responsibilities towards a child, then that is also considered to be a personally connected, governed by this Act. If they're family members, or if they were divorced, dating, or in a customary relationship, that is also forms part of the intimate and family relationships. And then the last one is that they share a residence, or they have shared residence. Those are the people. Those are the factors that needs to be present for you to institute remedies for protection of the economic abuse. Sabotage. What's the other one? Sabotage. No, I still can't remember it. Sabotage, the restriction thereof, and then the exploitation thereof. So for that, you would then go to any Magistrate Court Act, because it's dealt with under the Domestic Violence Act. So most of the magistrate courts have a separate domestic violence court. The process there is quite simple. You need to go there and you need to fill in the affidavit, and you have to fill in a Form 2 that you need to submit to court, and the matter will then be placed on the roll. Usually what happens, if there is a severe form of domestic violence, the first port of call is who? The police. If there's physical abuse, then usually the first port of call is the police. And that's the easy part, because you can physically see the bruises, you can see the damage that has been done. But if you have an invisible form of abuse, then that might pose a challenge to convince the people at the police station to open a docket. Because remember now, it is not a prerequisite that you open a police case, a criminal case, in order for you to get a protection order in terms of the Domestic Violence Act. There's a common misperception that you need to go and lay a charge at the police station, and only afterwards you can go to the court in order to enforce that to get a protection order. That's not so. You can contact and you can go directly to the court without laying a criminal charge. There's a responsibility on the clerk of the Domestic Violence Court to ask you, do you want to open a criminal case? And then she or he should direct you in that direction to give you the resources to open a criminal case if there is sufficient cause. But it is not necessary for you to first open a criminal case before you go to the Domestic Violence Court. So the purpose of getting a protection order is obviously to safeguard you. The magistrate would make an order in terms of the Act to say, all right, you're not allowed to do this, this, and the other, and that document gets served on the respondent or the abuser, the perpetrator. The question is that they always ask me, now, will the protection order stop him from doing the abuse? The answer is no. It's not a crystal ball fix. It might deter him from doing so. And I actually had a couple of cases where once the protection order was actually served on the respondent, on the perpetrator, that it got worse. But the protection is there. It is available in courts. And in most instances, and I have to admit, most instances, they are quite successful in refraining and stopping, at least toning it down, the domestic abuse. So obviously the question would be, which court do you approach? Like I said, each and every magistrate court has the ability to hear these type of matters in the Domestic Violence Court. I just want to bring your attention to one portion of the Act that's not in the slides, and that is the interim monetary relief in terms of Section 7(4) of the Domestic Violence Act. Now, that portion states that you can approach, if your situation economically, because remember we're talking about economic abuse now, if your situation, your financial situation is in such a dire problem and disarray that you can approach the court for immediate or emergency monetary relief. And that's exactly what it says. It's emergency, with other words, it's for now, it's immediate monetary money relief. It's not an ongoing thing. So the court does have the power to grant you a certain amount or to order him to pay the mortgage, the bond, up until a stage that the order has been made final. Because usually what would happen in court, you would have an interim order and then you would have a final order. But that's very technical. But for now, so you would be allowed to approach the court for emergency monetary relief. The courts do have a problem with that because that's little tick boxes that you tick on the form 2, and you say, right, I've been economically abused and verbally and sexually, and you tick those boxes. And one of those are, do you want emergency monetary relief? And people tick that. I've spoken to a number of magistrates, and the problem that they have with that is that how do they prove that? You as the complainant, the one on the receiving end of all this abuse, wants something in return. You want some money value in return. See it from the court's perspective. How can they grant something that they do not know about? You as the complainant expect the court to come to your aid, grant a certain amount, yet the court has no information about the financial means of the respondent. I've had 2 cases where there was no abuse in the relationship, apart from economic abuse. Only that. And we relied on Section 7(4) to get economic relief or emergency relief. Fortunately, the wife worked at the bank where the accounts were held from the respondent. So we could get the banking statements. So I could, in my filing affidavit, I could approach the court and say, but you know what? This husband has been economically abusing her in these ways, and these are his means. So he does have the means to pay that. And the order was granted based on that. But in the normal instances, you would not have privy to the information needed to make that statement. Even if you are in a relationship, if he is exploiting your financial situation, keeping information, financial information from you, then you would have difficulty in approaching the court, asking them for protection under Section 7(4). That's the difference. So my advice would be, if you're on a relationship, in an abusive relationship, and you are economically abused, to start slowly but surely gathering information. Get the banking statements. Take a photo thereof on your phone. Don't save it on your phone because he might actually see that. Print it out, leave it at a friend. Get all that information and then approach the court. Because it is possible. And with the way that we are progressing with regards to awareness of economic abuse, we might see a lot of these cases coming forward in the near future. Thank you, guys. Yes.
So if I may.
Yes.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Scott, Emergency Services Chaplain. I'm a reverend and I am a teacher. And I normally look at the law of cause and effect.
Correct.
So all of these things are beautiful and absolutely correct. But when you look at the law of cause and effect, you mentioned something about spiritual abuse.
Correct.
Which is so powerful because that's what my ministry is all about. And I look at the demonic influences that causes the perpetrator to do the things they do.
Yes.
And when you look at the psychological and the mental and the spiritual influences that drives a person to do the things that they do, then you, to a certain extent, you find out that even the perpetrator is a victim of demonic influence.
Correct.
That causes him to do harm to somebody that he actually loves and cares for, even into his children. And when you look at some of the things, you will see that there is hatred and there's rage that is driving him, a spirit of hatred and rage that is driving him. The very person that he loves so much, he will abuse that person.
Yes.
So it's circumstances sometimes beyond his control.
Correct.
No excuses, but I'm just saying, I study the law of cause and effect. Everything that happens has a cause to it.
Of course.
All right? So when you look at psychological and emotional instability, okay, you look at this, it is a major cause of why people do the things that they do there.
Correct.
And so we look at the person as a perpetrator, but we don't understand that this person also needs help himself. And so once we understand the concept, not what you are doing, but why are you doing the things that you do? You have no love, you have no patience. You know, what is this that drives you to do the things that you do? Maybe it's small little things, the irritability of small little things in the relationship that trips him out. Do you understand? I am
Correct.
not
100%.
I am not making an excuse for any abuse, but I'm speaking from a spiritual perspective. When you look at past hurts, how the person grew up, because most of the things people do as adults can be traced back to the
Childhood.
influences in their childhood.
Correct. Correct.
And so once we look at this, we have a bit of an understanding. So what we are doing is, and perfectly so you are doing your job absolutely perfectly. But instead of just looking at the perpetrator and the victim, we need to look at the law of cause and effect and try some corrective behavior. Because the law will not correct somebody's behavior.
I totally agree with you. There are many groups, and there are also movement towards restorative justice by using mediation, by using man caps, where they explain the behavior. Why do you do it? Because you grew up culturally in a certain circumstances. You know what? You do not know anything better because you saw that from your father treating your mother in a certain way. To break that cycle, I totally agree with you. The focus for now would be on the women and the protection thereof. But I totally agree with you, and I also work with men with regards to that, in order to school them, to tell them, you know what you are doing might be right. In your mind, you think it is right because that is your frame of reference.
Because the law does not, I'm not saying it does not recognize, but in 90% of the cases, it is women who are the victims.
Correct.
But there are so many men who are victims of this type of abuse themselves.
Yes, totally agree.
It does not get recognized openly. Because when you look at past hurts and you look at the spirit of unforgiveness, it leads to retribution of innocent people. Okay? And as you said, exposure to violence or emotional things also causes this. But here's the main thing. When you look at the spirit of domination, manipulation, and control, it is driven by a Jezebel spirit, okay, which is an utter demonic, filthy demonic spirit, which will destroy the abuser into destroy everyone else. It is a vicious cycle. And so when you look at, we need not only to treat the symptoms, but we also need to look at the causes of these things.
Correct.
Because this is a vicious cycle.
Correct.
And
that is not done. A full assessment is not done in court. The courts would not entertain, or they would not listen to your spiritual beliefs and what that's based on, and to find a reason why you did what you did. Why did you abuse someone? What was the reason for the abuse? The courts would not look at that. Because in terms of the law, there's no justification. If you contravene the act by committing a certain act of domestic violence, that is criminal. That is criminal. I totally agree with you. That is the way that the principle, habeas corpus, that's the way that the law works, right? I do agree with you that there's more talks needed, more engagement needed to solve it on grassroots level, to get the people, the perpetrators, to understand that what they did was wrong in order to prevent them from doing it again. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Opperman. And I just want to take a moment to honor you and Felicity Guest for the amazing work that you've done in shining light on economic abuse. Again, thank you so much for giving us language for our experiences, because at the end of the day, if we do not have the language, if you cannot name what we are dealing with, then we can't even fight. So thank you so much. I really do commend you for everything that you've done in this area and shining light. So our next speaker, we have Mrs. Natalie Ruiters. She's going to be talking about the legal position of adult dependent children in the maintenance courts. But before she does that, it's actually her birthday tomorrow. Yes. So I would like us to sing for her, please. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Natalie. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for that beautiful, I didn't know you knew it was my birthday. But thank you. I'm very touched by that. Like Bongi said, my name is Natalie Ruiters. I am a mediator, and I am the face behind La Poppy Mediations. So I am a court annexed mediator. I do mediations in court-referred mediations at Wynberg Court in the domestic violence court, as well as the children's court. And I do fight against human trafficking. So my heart is really around women and children, and women and children, which I will be speaking about human trafficking later on in this year. But for today, I'm going to be speaking about my favorite subject matter, which is young adult children. And I suppose my heart is really invested in young adult children because I have a daughter who's a young adult. She's 18. And I think if any of you have hung around with 18-year-olds or young adults, they kind of make you feel like you're 22, right? So I think that's why I'm invested in it. But on a serious note, today I'll be talking about young adult children and the legal position in the maintenance court. I will be revisiting Z versus Z. It was a judgment that happened in the Supreme Court of Appeals last year, July. And I did a talk on it last year. Some of you were here and you heard the talk, and some of you weren't here. So for those who weren't here, do read about the talk. I wrote an article on the judgment, Z versus Z. It was published by Deon. And I actually got permission from Deon to print it out for you in the room. And I think for the people online, they get handouts. I'm not quite sure. But if the handouts are not there, you can visit the Deon website, which is www.derebus, that's derebus.org.za. And it will be found on page 17 and 18 of the publication in February. So in the article, it will give you a good understanding as to the history of young adult children applying for maintenance or not applying for maintenance, and the authority that Z versus Z placed their decision upon. So just for those in the room that did not hear that talk last year, I'm just going to give you a quick sort of background so you understand it. Now, Z versus Z was a woman in Port Elizabeth. She filed for divorce, and during the divorce proceedings, she applied for maintenance for her 2 adult children. Her children were 23 and 25 at the time, and there were 3 Rule 43s that were ordered during the divorce proceedings. On the 3rd Rule 43, the father, who was the respondent, made a special plea. And the plea was that he felt that the mom didn't have likastandi, or the right to apply for maintenance on behalf of their adult children. So the High Court in Port Elizabeth ruled in his favor and said, yes, the children should come to court and they should apply for maintenance on their own. The mother and her legal counsel were not happy with it. They then decided to take it on appeal to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. And in the Supreme Court of Appeal, what happened were 5 judges actually decided that because there was a financial dependency by both adult children, reason being the one child who was 25 was a tetraplegic from the neck down. So there was a financial dependency on both parents. Then the other child was at university and she was staying with mom. And so there was a financial dependency on both parents. So therefore, the 5 judges in the Supreme Court of Appeal ruled that the mother does have lucus standi to apply for maintenance on behalf of their adult children. And so I think many of us welcomed that judgment. We were very excited about that judgment. And I think it took precedence for where children or young adults find themselves in the maintenance courts today. Even though it was successful and it changed the precedence, it also created a lacuna in the law. So a lacuna is a gap or issues or important stuff that were, not stuff, what's the right word? Important aspects that were not covered when the judgment was made. And I'll talk about it as we sort of transition into a new case that happened recently in George High Court. So last year, October, there was a recent judgment with DWT versus MT in the George High Court, and we call it the George Circuit Court. And a circuit court is basically when the High Court goes to the smaller towns to make courts accessible to smaller towns. So in this case, the High Court of Cape Town went to sit in George, and the appeal happened there. But for those who are not familiar with the DWT versus MT case, I'm just going to give you the background. And the background is there was a mother who had 3 children. She applied for maintenance for her 3 children while she was still married with the father of the children. And what had happened was he was living in a different province, and they had an agreement for maintenance on the 3 children, which was done on a J214 consent form order in the court. And what then happened was father fell into arrears. And she then went back to court and she applied for arrears on the J470, and the arrears amounted to 70,000 Rand. The magistrate in the George Maintenance Court ordered that there was a Section 30 attachment of debt. Not yet. Yes, there was here on the arrears, there was attachment of debt on his pension, because the mom found out that there was a pension about to be paid out into his FNB account. So the magistrate in George did an attachment of debt, Section 30, for the amount of 70,000 Rand on his pension. And the father was not happy. He said that amount is incorrect because 2 of their adult children, so they had 3 children, but 2 of them were adult children. And he felt that since his children or their children turned 18, he was not responsible to support them financially any longer. So he said some of the amount allocated in that 70,000 was towards the adult children, and based on that, he decided to take it on appeal. So this is when the High Court sat in George and it was heard. I must just say that the respondent, Ms. MT, she represented herself. She was a mom, and she went into the High Court just with her court bundle, and she was armed with Z versus Z, the knowledge of Z versus Z. So in court, the appellants, legal counsel, they started off by saying that, correct, the mother does not have the right to claim maintenance or arrears for their 2 adult children. And that is seen in a principle called ipsum iure. It means by the working of the law. or the translation is by the working of the law. So their argument was the fact that the children have now turned 18, therefore the father doesn't have a financial responsibility to the two adult children. And brave Mrs. MT stood in court and she said, but in Z versus Z, I do have the Lucas Study to apply for maintenance on behalf, or the arrears on behalf of my two adult children. And the legal counsel of the appellant said, oh no, that Z versus Z actually only applies to divorce matters or maintenance that comes out of the divorce court. Your case comes out of the maintenance court because the consent order was made in the maintenance court prior to the divorce. And Mrs. MT asked the question and she said, but what is the difference between my children in the maintenance court and children in the divorce court? And Judge Saldana and Erasmus said, you're actually quite correct. There is no difference between a child in the maintenance court and a child coming from the divorce court. And so therefore, on the principle of equality, they ruled that there was an attachment order of the 70,000 Rand from his pension in FNB account. So I just want to take this moment to say, well done, Ms. MT. Judge Saldana said in his judgment that she vigorously defended herself in court. And I think this is why we have these dialogues and these conversations. I'm not speaking to Eugene and to Deon and the advocates. I'm speaking to the moms and to the mediators, like Renal in the room, who don't have much of a legal framework. But as a mediator, when you're sitting and you're doing a maintenance arrangement, bear in mind that the children are going to turn 18. And we need to make provision for the day that the children do turn 18, that the mom is not going to the court and say, but I haven't been paid maintenance. The father has just stopped paying maintenance. That is why it's important that us as mediators understand and do an analysis on case law as such. What we do see from the judgment in George DWT versus MT is that judgment closed the gap, the lacuna that was presenting after the Z versus Z judgment in the Supreme Court of Appeal. And so what can we learn from both case law is that mothers or the custodian parent do have Lucas Study to apply for maintenance on behalf of their adult children. The second thing is the principle of ipsa iure, by the working of the law, meaning a lot of the orders that we see today is maintenance will stop when the child turns 18 or reach age of majority. So that principle has been dispelled by the judgment that happened in George last year. So how practical is it when we have these conversations and we sit in a room like this? I just want to give you a few examples. Over the recent few months, I think those who are on the Village, the group on Facebook, you will see there have been a lot of questions around maintenance and adult children. And moms feeling really anxious about their children have turned 18 or about to turn 18 and what is going to happen. I want to give you 3 examples. Not too long ago, I heard of a case in Ladysmith. So Ladysmith is in the Karoo. It's about 350 or 70 Ks out of Cape Town. The daughter had turned 18 last year. Father had stopped paying maintenance. The mother went to the court to try and enforce the existing order that was in place. The maintenance officer said, no, you can't actually apply for maintenance on behalf of your child. She needs to come herself and apply for maintenance. So this brave little girl, a matric at the time, went to the courts, applied for maintenance against her father. She then was accepted at Stellenbosch University. She had to come for orientation in January, but she had to be back in Ladysmith on the 28th of January to face her dad in court. Now we must remember that it's 370 Ks out of town, and she had to find transport money to go back to Ladysmith to face her father in court. Okay, we know as parents, when your child leaves home and goes to university for the first time and starts spreading their wings, it's already an overwhelming experience. And so this brave girl came to Stellenbosch to better herself. And 2 weeks later, she had to get transferred back to Ladysmith to face her dad. I got friends. When I heard that story, I was broken. I was like, how are we letting this happen? My daughter is 18. She's very confident. She's like Deon, a fighter. But I cannot foresee my daughter going into a court to apply for maintenance. There's something wrong with that picture. Not too long ago, I was in Somerset West court, and that charter they spoke about and the order of complaining doesn't quite exist. I couldn't, the court manager, it's not my topic, but didn't want to speak to me. But someone sitting there had heard me kind of speaking very loudly and came to me and said, I really want to talk to you. And her story is, last year, her daughter turned 18, and the father stopped paying maintenance the very same month that she turned 18. And she said, Natalie, I've just spoken to the maintenance clerk, and he said, I cannot apply for maintenance. There's nothing I can do. Is it true? And she said, I'm registering my daughter in Varsity College next week. It was 2-3 weeks ago, but next week I'm registering my daughter. I've got to get textbooks. And I've been under a lot of stress. You look at this mother, she was worn out. She had to make every plan possible to register her daughter in Varsity College on her own, undue stress because her father stopped paying maintenance due to the fact that their daughter turned 18 last year. The last one was this week. I had a mom call me, and she said, my daughter's turning 18 in a couple of months. I am afraid that when she does turn 18, the father will stop paying maintenance. What do I do? So I'm going to share a few options of what you can do. And my encouragement to the mothers in the room, the mothers online, to those of you who know mothers or the other custodian parent who has young adult children, to do the following. I think be proactive. Like this mother who called me this week, she is being proactive. She is not waiting for the day that her child turns 18. She picked up the phone, she made the phone call. And I think this is where mediation is so useful as a tool, because I can start the conversation between dad and mom. We can come to an agreement on maintenance beyond the child turning 18. We can make that a court order. And I must say, Mr. Goliath, he is Advocate Goliath, he's amazing. I had to do a maintenance order, is that what you call it? Yeah, consent order in Simonstown Court. And he was so good at explaining to me the process. Thank you. You know, when I asked Deon is a wealth of knowledge. He tries to give me an LLB degree in 1 week. It's just not possible. I'll never be that girl. So I went to see Advocate Goliath, and he was so friendly. He's like, Natalie, here, just take this J214, fill in, put your addendum. He was so helpful. So I thank you so much. When we have maintenance officers and staff in the courts that are helping us mediators on the outside bring justice, expedite justice, we're really thankful to people like you. So thank you very much. But what I want to now give you is the options. Am I still on track? Yeah. So what? So there are a few options. If the father has stopped paying maintenance for your adult child when they turn 18, what the mother needs to do is she needs to go back to the maintenance board and she needs to ask if the existing order can be enforced. She will also write an affidavit, and the affidavit will basically say that there is a financial need of the child's or that the child is staying with her. So that affidavit will be submitted with, not submitted, but submitted to the court. Is that right, Dee? Submitted to the court and ask that the existing order be enforced. Now, if the father has a discharge order, meaning if the father had got an order to stop the maintenance from the court, the mother will unfortunately have to reapply. So she will have to do it on a J101, and you have wonderful maintenance officers that will take you through the process again and start that process for you. When you do fill in the J101, you will also have to write an affidavit, basically saying the same thing, that you have an adult child living with you that is financially dependent on you, and also give an amount, a quantum of what is needed for that adult child in terms of their expenses. Also say if you know anything about the father, his means, if he has other assets or stuff to, not stuff, other assets or means, that's it. Yeah, just note that all in your affidavit, and that will help the maintenance officers to sort of process that application. And just to go back to, if there is an order in place, but he's just stopped paying it because he felt like it, or he thought that now that the child is 18, they don't need my financial support, the mother needs to apply for arrears. And she will apply for arrears on a J470. Did I cover that? Okay. And a J470. And she will also state the amount that is in arrears. If the father, and this is for fathers who want to stop paying maintenance, who want a reduction in maintenance, don't just stop paying maintenance. Go to the courts and ask the courts for a discharge order or for a reduction. And this is done under J107. You will also have to give good cause, and good cause really means there's a change in your financial circumstances. The fact that your child has turned 18 is not seen as good cause in the courts. Yes, and so when the father does apply for a discharge order, the mother will receive a Regulation 3 directive or a Section 9(2) summons to appear in the maintenance court. She must also then draft herself an opposing affidavit as soon as possible. And if the mother's aware that there's an attorney or legal help on the father's side, the mother needs to make sure that this opposing affidavit is submitted to the attorney to avoid a remand or a postponement of the case. So I think from everything that I've said, what we can see is that unfortunately the courts are reactive to the fact that children turn 18. So they only start acting after the child turns 18 if the mothers do go to court. And what happens is mothers often end up having to cough up the expenses, extra expenses that she didn't cater for, she didn't budget for, because the father has stopped paying maintenance. Whereas if you used mediation and you're proactive about it, you can get an amended court order on your existing maintenance order. So I hope that gives a bit of clarity to the mothers online, to the mothers in the room that have young adult children. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I think my email is on the screen. You can always email me, ask me the questions that you need to ask, and thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Ruiters, for that very insightful presentation. Just to second what you're saying about mediation, just based on my own experience, I just want to let the mothers here know, and the mothers online, it is an option. It is definitely an option, and what I love, based on my own experience, I just love the compassion, the dignified manner in which my case was handled. And obviously it's efficient because it's got a cut-off date. It can't be prolonged. Is it like a month? Within a month, it must be wrapped up. So it is definitely an option. It is a cheaper option than other options that are available for us mothers. So please do consider that as well. For me, it was just knowing that I can share. I got to share even the other things that didn't really matter. I got to walk a journey with my mediator of healing, something that I don't, obviously, there's no healing in court. So, but I got to experience a level of healing because, one, my voice was heard. I got to share, I had time to share my story, even things that were not necessarily, relevant, where you're not going to have that option in court. I got to be emotional. I got to cry. I got to be a human. And that made a difference for me. Right. So our next speaker, Advocate Yasmin Mohammed, she's going to take us through Chapter 3 and 4 of the SA Law Commission, Paper 157 on maintenance. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you all awake?
Yes.
Okay, just checking in. Okay, so I am Advocate Yasmin Mohammed. I'm a member of the South African Bar Association. And the things that I'm going to be talking about today is the determination of the maintenance award. I was given a task, and firstly, thank you, Advocate Ruiters, for having me here today. You always encouraged me to do this, and I gave you my word. Even though I'm busy, I always commit or try to contribute towards giving back to the society. So I have a 42-page presentation that I did, but I'm not going to bore you guys with that. I'm just going to run you through some of the most important things that's going to touch your heart. So some of the things that I'm going to be speaking about is duty to support. Who has the duty to support? Can anyone maybe tell me? Can I open the floor here? Who has the duty to support with regards to maintenance issues? Sorry, what did you say? Okay, so duty to support is both parties, both parents. You brought your child in this world, whether you got money or not, you have a responsibility and you are liable to raise that child. So both parents have a duty of support to look after that child. And this is in terms of Section 15 of the Maintenance Act. Now, the factors that the court takes into consideration, it is the child's needs. The court looks at what the child's actually the needs are, the age of the child, the state of the health of the child, the income and social status of the person who is liable to pay maintenance. And again, I would say both parents are responsible and they are both liable to look after that child. So what happens if you don't pay? What happens? I know many of you have this situation where your spouses don't pay maintenance, and Natalie was correct in saying about the arrears. I'm going to speak about that as well. Something that you probably didn't know about, that you can claim arrear rental, arrear maintenance. So if your party does not failure to pay, they are guilty of an offence, and a first-time offender, it is either the offence that it is either a fine or imprisonment, and a first-time offender it will be 10 years, and a second-time offender is 20 years. That is if your partner fails to pay. The court looks at this. This is the circumstances of the situation. In terms of Section 28(1)(c) of the Constitution, it makes emphasis of the rights of children. So have a read through the presentation that I have, that is in your bundle there, because there's a lot of information there that you can find very useful. So now I'm going to be discussing the challenges associated to determining maintenance award. What is the central issue? The central issue is responsibility. Again, both parties have a responsibility. If the woman is a caregiver, or if she is unemployed, or if she is limited to a paid employment salary, she still has a responsibility to pay. And many circumstances, over the years, the situation changes where, maybe in the past they were paying XYZ 10,000 Rand, and now the circumstances have changed and your spouse has a better job and they can afford to pay more. Then the woman, the mother of the child, needs to take this to the court and ask for an increase in maintenance. Now, one thing to also take into account is men also go through their own challenges. It's not only females, but it's men as well. Why do they abandon their children? Why do they face problems where they can't assist in paying maintenance? And some of that comes with regards to unemployment, poverty. Sometimes some of them are self-employed. And if they're self-employed, some of them can't still afford to pay because their salary is inadequate. So looking at now methods determining the maintenance award, there are three things that we need to consider: the Maintenance Act, there are other legislations and methods that the court uses, including legal practitioners. With regards to the Maintenance Act, like Natalie said earlier on, when there's a arrear, you are allowed to calculate that, and the maintenance officer has discretion in terms of Section 40 of the Act in terms of the liability of the payment. Also, with regards to maintenance, is an investigation. So a maintenance officer can investigate a situation with regards to circumstances of what is going on in your household, what is going on with the father and the mother. They are entitled to do so, but they do need a sworn oath or a statement from the person who is making the complaint about the situation and getting information about that. So, example, you as a mother or you as a father want to complain about your spouse not paying. You can go to the maintenance officer and tell them you want an investigation, and because you feel there is money that's hidden somewhere or maintenance that needs to be checked out. So the maintenance officer should help you out with that. They are also entitled to check the financial positions of both parties and then accurately determine what the award would be. So that is that. Then coming to other legislation, some of the legislation that is important is Section 18 of the Children's Act, and also in terms of the common law. I have a brief summary somewhere on that, and you can just go through that. And if anyone has any issues or problems, you're most welcome to ask me. If you have queries, my details are on the presentation. So lastly, I would like to discuss the methods used by courts and legal practitioners in determining the maintenance awards. And once again, this deals with the needs of the child. What does the child need? How is the needs maintained? Are both parties looking after the child? What is the needs? The child needs to go to school. Child needs to go to creche. Child needs to go for extramural activities. Those are the needs that the court will look at. Also, the court will look at, once again, the income by both parties that needs to be determined. Once again, I would like to reiterate, both parties, both parents are liable and responsible for the child. Whether you're working or not, you have a responsibility. You brought that child in the world. You need to find a way, not blame the falling spouse, blame this one and blame that one. You need to come to the party and also do your part, not just blame the other party and use that when you can actually work, but yet you don't want to find a job. So both parties are liable. The court will look at all these circumstances. And then there are countries that also deal with the maintenance awards and maintenance issues like these. And some of them is Namibia and Canada. That's what I would like to tell you today. But if you want more in-depth information, you're most welcome to read through the presentation. And if you have any queries, you're most welcome to ask me. You have a question? Yes?
You know, the time when I lost my son, my one son, 2021, I opened the heart for a little baby. It was in the mother's room. So this child was really better because the mother had 5 children. That's the 4th child. And so the auntie that she was staying with didn't want this child in our house. And so I opened the heart to this child. And the child was for 1 year and 2 years. 1 year and 2 months. with re-raising. And the father is working, the mother gives her contribution, but the father doesn't want to because he's a gangster. And that's what is my father doing for him to give his part.
Assist the mother in claiming for main. I think Mr. Advocate Ruiters will be able to assist you with the guidelines on that. I think he's going to be talking about that soon, because there is things that you can do to assist the mother since you're now helping raising the child. So
It's not safe for the father because his life is in danger.
it's a minor.
And the mother don't have a stable place to stay, and so they often are not.
Well, hats off to you for that. You'll be getting your blessings and rewards for doing that, for raising a child. That's really humble. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mohammed. Just a reminder, this session is recorded and it is available to access on our website or our social media sites if you just want to maybe go back and listen to the dialogue again. Yeah, it is a privilege to actually welcome our very own Advocate Deon Ruiters. Yeah, so he's also going to do a Q&A after, so you're welcome to pose all your questions to him. Thank you very much.
Always lived in the hot seat at the end, but luckily Mr. Eugene Opperman is sitting close by, so he can also assist where I stutter a little bit. Then I'm not going to be like Moses and speak to the sheep. I will let him take over. So let's see how quick I can do it. I can see there's still some energy levels in the auditorium, so I will quickly do my talk. It's not long. It is just one part of the Maintenance Act that I want to highlight to you to show that the problem that the South African maintenance courts are sitting with is actually unnecessary. If all courts contribute and assist the maintenance courts, but it's so easy for any court to shirk their duties off and say, no, that thing, rather go to the maintenance court. And that's what Mr. Opperman spoke about, the emergency monitoring leave. The domestic violence court is the biggest culprit of it. The domestic violence court will quickly say, no, we only deal with domestic violence. He mustn't hit you. If he's not hitting you, then that emergency stuff that you're speaking about, we don't deal with that. That is for the maintenance court. And that is unfortunately a wrong, distorted view that the courts are portraying to people out there. And I want to start off where it starts, and that's in section 16.2 of the Maintenance Act, page 31 of your handout, the very last page before the clean page. You can just tip it over to the other side and then one back. That's page 31. That's my talk. So all you need to know is section 16.2 of the Maintenance Act says that any court can make a maintenance order. It doesn't have to go back to the maintenance court. Any court, no matter which court it is, can make a maintenance order. This week I was busy training our public prosecutors nationally over South Africa. We had people from the Northern Cape, from the Free State, and some of them are online listening. And I explained this concept of section 16 to them. I wrote an article, but nobody wants to publish my articles. I don't know what I'm saying wrong, or is it too difficult for them to understand, or is it just too out there that nobody wants to publish what I write? They publish what my wife writes. So, okay, at least one half of me is at least getting this, so then it is good enough for me. But section 16.2 is clear. Section 16.2 of the Act, of the Maintenance Act, says any court can make a maintenance order. If you look at the definition in section 1 of the Maintenance Act, section 1 of the Maintenance Act says that a maintenance order is the payment of money that is issued by any court. Once again, it doesn't say it in the Maintenance Act that a maintenance order is an order for the payment of money being made by the maintenance court. It doesn't say that. It says by any court. But all of these courts have these things of shrugging it off. No, that's maintenance, must go to the maintenance court. Even the one court that can do it easily, the divorce court, even do that. The divorce court says, you don't speak to one another, let us get you divorced. Get them divorced and get all of that done. And the regional courts sometimes make these mistakes when they make the Rule 58 orders. Whenever a divorce court makes orders, maintenance orders, they make it either a Rule 43 order that is in the High Court, or you get a Rule 58 order in the regional court. So if you're going to get divorced in the regional court, you can apply for maintenance in terms of a Rule 58 of the Magistrate Court rules, and then you can apply for maintenance in the regional court. If you're going to go to the High Court, then in terms of the High Court rules, you will apply in terms of a Rule 43 for a maintenance order. So where you get divorced is going to determine whether it's going to be a Rule 43, High Court, Rule 58, a regional court. That's where you can get then your divorce to be settled. And you can decide where you want to do it, in the regional courts or in the High Court. If there's a lot of money and assets and things, most people elect to go to the High Court and get divorced there, but there's nothing that stops you from also having your case being heard in the regional court. So divorce courts can make maintenance orders, but it's easy for them to say, no, let's just get you divorced, you go and apply for maintenance. I found a case when I was in Hermanus last year, where a regional court, and I'm not going to mention the regional court, but a regional court in the Western Cape, a regional court magistrate in the Western Cape said that a couple can get divorced. The lady wanted to apply for maintenance, and the regional court magistrate said to her, no, don't worry about it, you can apply for maintenance. Just want to get them rid of one another. And then when the lady went to Hermanus Court, Overberg municipality, region, Mr. Eugene Opperman's area, as well as Mr. Nino Hendricks, Advocate Nino Hendricks' area, that area. And she went to this Hermanus Court, and then she asked for spousal maintenance in the maintenance court. Then I had a look at a divorce order. She was already divorced, and she's coming to apply for maintenance in the maintenance court. In terms of Section 2 of the Maintenance Act, there must be a relation between people. The only relation, as Advocate Mohammed touched on, is parental relationship or then grandparents. There is no such thing that an ex-wife can apply for maintenance from an ex-husband in the maintenance court. You cannot. There must be what we call token maintenance. Token maintenance is where the court say, okay, you want to get rid of just one rand maintenance. You can always go and amend it in the maintenance court. Then the maintenance court have jurisdiction to deal with it. So there's no such thing that a divorce court can quickly try and get people to get divorced just for the sake of getting divorced. You cannot do that. There must at least be a token maintenance. And if there are children involved, then it becomes more serious. Section 6 of the Divorce Act says that case is not going to be finalized unless you deal with what is going to happen to the well-being of those children. You cannot finalize that case where there are children involved in divorce matters. And that's where mediation is becoming more and more popular, because mediation is a nice and an environment where they can speak about their challenges, they can speak about what they fear in a nice environment, where the mediator will actually listen to it, because we as prosecutors don't have time for all that nonsense. We just want to hear that, get things done, and that's it. Unfortunately, the divorce courts also don't have that. They don't want to hear about rights and tax and bonds and all of it. Just get us a consent order. That's all they want to see. That's how the courts are dealing with it. And luckily now, with our new dispensation that we're going in now, mediation is becoming more and more popular because the mediator have time to listen to all of that stuff. For 2 hours and 2 hours, they will listen to it. We, in the court system, actually don't have time for it. We are sausage machines just getting things done. So because of that, we are depending more and more on mediations. There's a chapter in the SA Law Commission paper 157. Please read it when you do get an opportunity to read it. It's a stunning piece of paper where they do discuss in chapter 3 on mediations in maintenance matters, where they discuss what we can do, how we can deal with it. And one of the recommendations is that public prosecutors as well as maintenance officers are supposed to be doing mediations. Where we're going to get time for it, I do not know, but I know that it is not going to work the way it is when mediators deal with it. There's a bill, the ADR bill that is going to be in Parliament soon, that the SA Law Commission also recommend alternative dispute resolution, where they also have these maintenance officers to assist in dealing with these cases. So hopefully we'll get there in order to have these disputes solved in a way that both parties can feel that they've been heard, and not where it is where they come into court and it is writers, and then they stand in front of the court and the magistrate says, okay, let's not escape, divorce order, give them a copy of the order, let them go their ways. It's not going to be like that, because you thought, what just happened now? I haven't been heard. So the moment you enter into mediations, and that's the nice thing about the whole 41 of the High Court rules. The whole 41 of the High Court rules says that in these type of matters, they must first go for mediation. The judge will ask, "Het julle gegaan for mediation?" If you didn't go for mediation, the judge don't want to finalize that matter, except for the provision in Section 6 of the Divorce Act. But what I would like to take home, this place is a place of service excellence. This is the place of excellence where you're going to learn over the next 10 months that you're going to come here. Every time when you step away from here, there must be something that you've known and that you can take home to, except for this handout, there will be something that you can take home about domestic. All of those things people will start to understand. And that is what the NPA over here will be known for. Kom aan today, mense gaan vir jou informasie free of charge. They're going to give you free information. And that's what you take out here to people. And the next thing you take out is that 18-year-old, you can claim for maintenance. There was a lady over there that spoke about it. Go to the courts and what you should do. Go on the www.childmaintenance.org. You'll get information on how to do it. Join the WhatsApp group. You'll get information on how to help you. There's a support group. A lot of ladies over there, they talk the whole day. 180 messages the whole day up and down. I tried this week when I saw the number of messages, yo, when am I going to get through all of it? But there's a lot of those ladies that help one another. Now you complete this form, you do this, but you don't have to suffer alone. There is help if you know where to look for it. And this is the place where it's going to start. This is where you're going to get the help. And this is where we're going to tell you where you can go and where you can go. So all you take in from today, if you take my little bit and not what Mr. Opperman said about domestic violence and domestic abuse and all of it, there's one point that he mentioned that is so important, Section 7.4 of the Domestic Violence Act. Section 7.4 of the Domestic Violence Act says that you can claim emergency monetary relief. So while you're over there and you struggle and he's been beating you up and all of it, you thought, I don't take all of this abuse anymore. And then you go, eventually, after the 9th beating up, only then approach the court. Then you tell them, he's going to take away all these. He's not going to pay the bond. He's not going to pay the rights. He's not going to pay the groceries and all of it. Please give me an order there. If the magistrate ever goes as far as telling you that, no, go to the maintenance court, and you tell them, but sir, I heard I was in a meeting or I was online and I heard online they said Section 7.4. Please make a note of it. Section 7.4 of the Domestic Violence Act says you can apply for emergency monetary relief. If the magistrate tells you there that no, go to the maintenance court, then you can get the emergency monetary relief or that you want here, you can go and get it at the maintenance court. If they ever tell you that, then you ask them why. One thing that I would like to start inculcating in the people in this venue, as well as the online, is question. You've got a right to question. Prosecutors, magistrates are creatures of statute. They need to do what they are supposed to do in terms of law. They cannot turn you away saying, they must make time for you. You heard what Mr. Goliath said. You will make time. Luckily, he's not married, so he's got a lot of time. So he can listen. And I've seen the boxes that this poor man, when he started working there, every night he takes a box home to his car to go and read in preparation for the next day. This is the committal that this man have to making sure that he will sort out Simonstown as well as Muizenberg. So what I'm saying to you is there are dedicated people that are willing to help. But then we get to the next level, and that's the magistrates, and they don't want to assist. If they don't assist, I'm telling you now, you ask why. There's no way a magistrate can tell you, I'm not asking why, I don't answer whys to you. She is or he is responsible to you because he is a civil servant like anyone else. So whenever you apply for domestic violence order in terms of Section 7.4 and you ask for emergency monetary relief, you must just buy the groceries, you must pay the bond, you must pay the rent, and you don't do that, then you ask why. Why are you not doing it? And if they don't give you the answers in the document, the service delivery charter, you will find an address where you can complain to, and that is to servicedelivery@justice.gov.za. And if they don't listen to you, you can also go to the Magistrates Commission. Every magistrate in this country is responsible and have to report to the Magistrates Commission. If they are rude to you, if they say any word out of line, say, oh you want, if they speak like anything like that to you, you've got a right to file a complaint against the magistrate. No magistrate have a right to speak to you. If a prosecutor is rude to you anywhere in the Western Cape, I don't know the rest of the country, in the Western Cape, if there's a prosecutor that is rude to you or don't address you with respect and dignity, there's an email address, cclerk, C-C-L-E-R-K, C-Clark, not Clark like in Superman Clark, no. Come back, C-Clark, C-C-L-E-R-K, C-Clark, like a clerk, a clerk, a beamte, a clerk, C-Clark@npa.gov.za. Anyone in the Western Cape that is rude to you and is a prosecutor, you file a complaint against them. That person will be dealt with. We need to start taking people and holding people accountable. If you're not going to do that, the magistracy will tell you in terms of Section 7.4, your orders. They must make time to make those orders. Whatever is their challenge, that challenge must be dealt with. That's why it was in Parliament and it was legislated in Parliament. We can't say that because whatever legislation was made, that legislation is now all of a sudden, that is one day off me. It doesn't have to work like that in the court. It's law. And if it's law, you must abide by the law of the country. You cannot change the law to accommodate you. A maintenance officer cannot change the law to accommodate him and then say, no, we don't deal with emergency or with interim maintenance orders in terms of Section 10.6. As soon as you and the respondent is in front of the maintenance officer, and he comes over there because they always don't have their ID document. They drive without driver's license for years and nobody is doing anything about it. When you need their ID or you need their bank statements or you need their salary slips, they don't know where it is. They always come with that excuse. So now the maintenance officer will remand the case. Before that case is remanded the first time, and both of you are there, then in terms of Section 10.6, you can ask for an interim maintenance order. You say, okay, while he's getting his salary slip and all of those things, just give me something to take home so I can buy Kentucky for the children. Children are hungry at home. You can ask that. And the maintenance officer can't tell you, he can't say that because it's in law. It's statutory empowered in order for us to ask for it. So don't let any prosecutor, magistrate, maintenance officer, whoever tell you that they're not going to do it or you're not entitled to it. There's no such thing. So section 16.2 says any court. So the divorce courts are dealt with, Rule 58 in the regional courts, Rule 43 in the high courts, all of them can make maintenance orders. Next court, the children's court. A children's court can make orders, and I want you to listen just for a few minutes. I know you're getting tired now of me, but just listen to this part. There are two places in the Children's Act that makes provision for maintenance orders. The one is section 33, subsection 3 of the Children's Act. If you look at section 33, it deals with parenting plans. A parenting plan can include a maintenance order. That's in subsection 3 of the Act. It's there. There's no such thing that a children's court magistrate or commissioner of children's court inquiries can tell a lady that, no, you must go to the maintenance court. I know that is the thing that's happening all over South Africa and online, where magistrates have this thing where they say they can't. I'm challenging all of you and the online viewers. Please start asking why. I wonder, he's quick to come and say, but he don't support, he don't want to give maintenance. And as soon as you start speaking about it, to say, but I'm willing to let him see his children, but let him just contribute something. Then they're quick to say, no, with that you go to the maintenance court. You've been standing in a queue over here for months in order to get your case on the children's court. Then you have to join another queue for another few months in order to get there. While all of that could have been done once, encapsulated in one. You can have your parenting plan and you can have your maintenance order in one. But magistrates are quick to say, no, we don't work with that. You must go to the maintenance court. What the creatures of statute, what the magistrates and what the prosecutors are doing is they are wasting your time and they are wasting the court's time. That's why the courts in South Africa is so overburdened and overclogged with cases. Because everyone works in silos. Just this, but I don't want to work anything else. And that nonsense we should stop. Because if we're not going to then the lady that is at least working to get some type of money into the house so that the child can have a slice of bologna bread and butter for lunch for the next day, don't have to stay out twice in order to get the same result that you could have gotten the first time. Because if she goes to the children's court and she's applying for maintenance or she's applying for a parenting plan, why can't it also then include a parenting plan that makes him come and fetch the child and take the child to Wimpy or take the child for ice cream or whatever he wants to do, but also include a maintenance order? Because section 33, subsection 30 of the Children's Act provides for it. But no, they send you back to the court. And once you get to the maintenance court, then you say, I've been staying out of work so many times. I'm on the brink of losing my job. Please, can I just have a letter stating that I was here? Please, can I have a document that I can take to my human resource manager or to my supervisor or whatever? No, we don't give those things. Or if you ask for your taxi money, no, they don't do that. Section 11(1) of the Maintenance Act says you can claim for your taxi money. You can claim for your forfeited loan, forfeited wage that you lost for being at court. But the court will never give it to you because they say Regulation 5 of the Maintenance Act doesn't include the applicant. Net jy kom claim, jy mos nie so kom aansoek doen, so you have to deal with it yourself. But section 11(1) of the Maintenance Act says you're entitled to taxi fare. You're entitled to your wage of loan. So if you go home with something, just remember taxi fare. Taxi fare. So the online people just remember taxi fare. I can claim my taxi fare. It's the only thing that you have to remember. And then just please read over here too, so don't waste our parenting too. So section 16(2) says any court can make it. Divorce courts, 58 and 43, 58 in the regional court, 43 in the High Court. Children's court can make maintenance orders in Section 33 parenting plans, and there's another section far deep into the Children's Act, Section 161. Section 161 says that a foster care parent, a lady that is taking care of somebody else's children, can claim for maintenance from the biological parents taking care, that is not taking care of their children. So a foster parent can, in terms of Section 161, claim what we call a contribution order in terms of the Children's Act. So the Children's Act make provision for Section 33, subsection 3 parenting plans, and Section 161 foster orders, where a foster parent can claim for maintenance from those people. The Domestic Violence Act, I'm not going to repeat it again. Mr. Opperman also mentioned it. Section 7.4 of the Maintenance Act, of the Domestic Violence Act says, in the domestic violence court, you can claim for emergency monetary relief. My dear friend in Piketberg last night put it out nicely to me. Tell them you can also claim for mortgage bond and you can claim for rent. Online, Mr. Peter Higo, sitting over there in Piketberg, my personal advisor, and always giving me all the information. That man loves the Children's Act. He always, did you see this part of the act? Do you know what this means and the implications? As if I didn't know, but I said, the two of us will discuss that part of law. And he said, Mr. Peter Higo, I did say, in this specific case, Mr. Peter Higo said, I must tell you, you can claim the mortgage bond, you can claim the rent, you can claim maintenance, all of that in terms of Section 7.4 of the Domestic Violence Act. He's got beautiful words. I can't remember. Sorry, Peter. There's beautiful words that he said, I must explain to you step by step how to deal with these domestic violence matters in the court. That man is sleeping with the ladies on that group. I don't mean sleeping. I mean, he is day and night. Abigail Koza, I'm not saying your boyfriend is over there. I'm saying that he's giving advice to those ladies and assisting them continuously, 24 hours. Ms. Liesel Cornier, as well as Nell, have to stop us around 9 o'clock. Knocks me, party, but around 10 o'clock, then you find one or two of them quickly want to, I just want to put it here now, you can answer tomorrow. But that's how the WhatsApp group is going on and it's alive over there. Please, even if you just want to join to get some of the, you don't have to buy the song anymore. You can read all of it over there because everyone tells their story and how they are struggling and what needs to be done or where you must go. It's much more better reading material than reading the song or any of those things. If you go on that WhatsApp group, Mr. Peter Higo, you'll always see him busy talking to the ladies and keeping them happy. So Section 16.2 says that any court can make that order. It is the Children's Court, Section 33 and Section 161, the Divorce Court, the Domestic Violence Courts, any of these courts can make the order. And I almost forgot until last night, Mr. Peter Higo also told me, did you know that the Older Persons Act also have a provision for maintenance? Section 27.6 of the Older Persons Act, thank you, Mr. Higo. I have to give my advisor the credit that is due to him. Section 27.6 of the Older Persons Act 13 of 2006 says that in a case of an elderly person, that elderly person over the age of 60 can apply for maintenance in the family courts. So if you know of any elderly people in your neighborhood, in your church, that are struggling and saying, hey, I'm struggling, my children don't want to help me, or the boarders that are living with me don't want to pay rent and she have to pay the water, because I've heard some horrendous stories of how the elderly are being abused by people living in the backyard with them. Then they want to say, yeah, but that one is not paying water, why must I pay water? And because of that, the water is getting cut off and the electricity is getting cut off, and this woman is financially being abused. Or when they leave the premises, they leave it like a pigsty. it was nicely painted when they went in, and they want to say, I don't want this, I want nice tiles over here, or whatever the case might be. But the moment they move out, then there's names written on Stephen, and the cell number of Stephen is over there on the wall of a place that they found nice and clean, but now that's how they leave it. And this elderly lady trying to make some type of a living and getting some income, except a pension fund. She don't tell everyone, Sasa don't know about this, but all right, she's got that, where she's getting extra money in. And that's how she's being abused. In terms of the Older Persons Act, Section 27(6) of the Older Persons Act, she can also apply for maintenance and monetary relief in a case where she is being abused. So any court can make that decision. The prosecutors this week, I challenged them and I said to them, any court can make that decision. What about the bail court? When a father is over there for the rape of his stepdaughter or for the rape of his wife or for whatever the case might be, who says that that specific bail court cannot make an order for maintenance? Because when they're in the bail court, they're quick to say, I'm working, I'm earning 20,000 or whatever. So the bail court can also make an order stating that, all right, you're going to move now, you're going to go and live with your aunt or you're going to live with your brother. You don't come to that house. You don't get in contact with the complainant. And for this period, you need to contribute. You pay the rent, you pay the water and electricity, and you're going to make sure that there's 5,000 rand for 5,000 rand for groceries. So instead of making a bail amount, you have to pay 5,000 bail on condition that you don't come to, that you don't speak to the witnesses, you come back to court and all of that. The bail court can make an extra condition of his release saying that, okay, you don't come close to her, but this is what you're going to do. You're going to pay maintenance, you're going to pay the bond, you're going to pay the rent. The bail court can also do it. But the bail court will quickly tell, no, they don't want to deal with it. But if they can, they make it so much easier for that complainant. They don't have to go and sit in another queue for another few months and staying out of work. And the supervisors quickly say, "Jy bly ook by die hof, dit lyk my jy wil ook, you just want to be in court." It's not that she don't want, that she wants to be there. It's because she's compelled by a statutory system that's not helping her. While they are empowered to assist her, they don't. So the message that I want to take up and that we're going to be discussing this is the dialogues that's going to be here. The dialogues is not going to be about me. I'm going to be sitting over here in the backyard and Advocate Mohammed will be speaking here, Mr. Opperman and Ms. Carl Opperman there and Ms. Natalie Ruiters. In April, we're going to hear the Goliath speaking to us. So I did ask for 25th of March that Mr. John Goliath addresses, but he's got a part of matter in Kimberley that they have to go and finalize, and the magistrate don't want to do it via Section 51 audio-visual link. So we have to go back to go and finalize his matter, but he guaranteed us the 29th of April he'll be here. So if you have then a date or you want to hear Mr. John Goliath speak in April, you'll be able to hear him speak. If there are any questions for any of you, Mr. Opperman and I will be able to answer any of your questions. If it is a specific one, we're going to have a lunch break. Please, if I may ask, those of you that didn't order, please assist my colleague, Mr. Fabian Daniels. He's offering his whole Saturday to be here to make this available. He don't have to come. You could just have said, yes, niks vir my te doen nie, ek gaan by die huis, ek is nie lus vir die nonsens nie. But to support me and to make sure that there's coffee and scones, he gets up 5 o'clock in the morning to get here from Makassar to make sure that he gets and make those nice scones that you have. If you want to support the NPA or if you want to support our cause, please just support Mr. Fabian Daniels. That's all we are asking. And just buy a meal, whatever you can afford, or just buy a packet of chips. That's helping him to make some type of an income that he can get a taxi. He takes a taxi 5 o'clock in the morning when we were still sleeping. He's already on his way to put the gas on and get things done. And then you have to take another taxi from here and wait till 6 o'clock this evening, take a taxi back to Somerset West in order to get back home. And you've been doing that for the last year that the NPA dialogues without complaining once. And in the afternoons, there's so much food that has left over that he have to give it to the security guards and he makes the loss. But he still comes back every time because he believes that it is to your benefit. So what I'm asking you, please, you do not have to say thank you to me. You don't have to say thank you to any of the other presenters, but say thank you to him for offering his time and being here. The online people, if you want to somehow donate a meal to any of the other people that can't afford it, please, Mr. Fabian Daniels' details is available to you on page 2 of the handout. Please support him and just make a donation for 50 Rand or 100 Rand for somebody's meal that's over here that can't afford it. And Mr. Daniels is the most honest person. If he got money, he'll say, I got so much money that was paid into my account for a free meal for somebody, and he will then tell me and I will make it available. But if there are of you that wants to say thank you, there's a lady sitting over there at the back with 7 children all around her. I want crayons, and I don't know how she does it. She don't want me to mention her name, and I'm not going to mention her name. And this is the Ubuntu that was spoken about by Bongelwa. It's not about you, it's not about me, but this is where the community come together, where we share and where we start to be one. This lady don't have to sit there, but because she understood that some ladies are over here and have to struggle to, where is my child going to be safe? And she offers her time and her crayons and everything, and all the movies that she's playing. They want to watch Charlie Chocolate Factory, and I don't know what else it is. A whole list of what they want to watch, but and that's what she's doing to offer us. So please, if you can, say thank you to over there at the back, and say thank you to Mr. Fabian Daniels. If there are any questions that you want to ask, you can ask over here if it's not too long. If else, then I'm going to be sitting in the cafeteria supporting him. Then you can come and join me, and then we can sit and chat there. But I'll give you an opportunity. Your hand was up. Sure. Yes.
Because if it's burning inside the eye, to speak out.
Yes, I agree with it.
The one case of mine, the 2014 case, the case was in the news, not total. So the suspect is out.
Yeah.
And so the bail was going to be taken.
Yeah.
But the what can I say now, the bail
Conditions.
No, not the bail, they was not supposed to be in the languages.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be guarded by the resident guys.
Yes.
Moment with the
Yeah.
procedure of the case.
Yeah.
But they couldn't let it be long to do that.
Okay.
And taking it later, that they like is not
Yeah. Okay. In a case where there was a case and the case was withdrawn, then there's nothing that you have to comply with. It's only while the case is still pending that you have. Yes. Even if it's an open case, you need to distinguish what an open case is. An open case can be open that the police are still investigating, or you can get an open case that is not in court anymore or have been withdrawn. Let's say, for argument's sake, I'm going to explain both. In a case where the case is still in court and